7267. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $75 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-935-7267 now to secure your $20 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-935-7267.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Several gun control measures have been passed by the Colorado legislature this session, and another gets its first committee hearing today. It's to ban assault weapons. Republican Representative Gabe Evans, a member of the Judiciary Committee, opposes the measure.
What are we doing as far as actually coming up with effective policies to keep our communities safe? I don't see anything in this assault weapons ban that's going to do that. All I see is something that's very ideologically appealing to one side of the aisle, something that the other side of the aisle can't stand.
Hundreds of people signed up to speak at today's hearing. Mike Johnston leading Kelly Brough by a small margin in a new poll of voters ahead of the June runoff for Denver mayor. Johnston received nearly 39% in the poll conducted by Signal and Chisholm Strategies. Brough not far behind with just over 34% support. 27% of the voters polled are still deciding who they plan to support in the June 6th runoff election. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Biggie Bag.
An active drive throughout the Denver Metro. One or two bumps and bruises out there. Starting on the south end of town to Aurora, I-225 northbound before Parker Road. A brand new accident. No word of lane blockage as of yet. We are seeing slow traffic back from Yosemite, about 5 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Into downtown, north of there, I-25 southbound, regular slowdowns into downtown, starting at I-70, seeing speeds in the 40s and 50s till about Spear Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, chance of scattered showers today. Nice and sunny now, looking at highs in the upper 50s this afternoon. Overnight low of 29 degrees, partly cloudy tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver is 53 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
When you think Wendy's Biggie Bag, think your go-to meal deal with your choice of JBC, double stack or crispy chicken sandwich, plus 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink. Biggie hits every time. So grab a Biggie Bag today. U.S. price and participation may vary. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Hi, it's Marty Lenz. Thinking about selling your home? Well, let me ask you, do you know what your home really is worth? Take it from me. Your first call should be to Empower Home Team. Gay Ribble and Empower Home Team with Keller Williams. They'll tell you exactly what it's worth so you can maximize the sale of your home. And here's how. With over 14,400 ready buyers in waiting, your home may already be sold with Empower Home Team. In fact, it's likely you'll receive multiple offers, throwing out the notion that your home value is worth what some website says. Gay sells a home for top dollar every 2 hours. She'll guarantee in writing to sell your home at 100% of your list price or pay you the difference in cash. Call Gay Ribble and Empower Home Team right now. 833-453-SOLD. 833-453-SOLD. Visit gayhasthebuyers.com, G-A-Y-E, gayhasthebuyers.com.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Got the inflation blues?
Got those inflation blues.
Then you need Inflation Salvation. Up to 9 chances every weekday to win $1,000. Listen at 5 past the hour on 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Gyrese.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Gyrese loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Gyrese, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it.
Buckle up, it's going to be bumpy.
Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW. And you could win $5,000 now by listening to 630 KHOW on the free iHeartRadio app.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere, the place where we solve problems, we answer questions, we take complaints. We make your life just a little easier. All you have to do is call us. We've been doing this for years, so get on board. We try to get through calls quickly. 303 303-TALK, 303-713-8255. No matter what's happening in the world, this is the place you can come for help with your problems. I'm not going to try to change your philosophy, your religion, your politics. I don't care about that. I mean, I do care, but I'm not going to try to change you. I'm just going to try to help you. And when things come that are near and dear to our heart and pocketbook, I will talk about it. Kevin, welcome. I'm Tom Martino. Kevin, what's going on in your life, sir?
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, on March 30th, I was in Best Buy at Centera in Loveland, and I found a washer-dryer that was perfect size for a new apartment that I moved into, which is basically I have room in a closet area.
Was this a stackable one?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what happened?
So I bought it on the spot.
Yeah.
It was an open box item, so it was on display in the store. I guess they were discontinuing it, and so they discounted heavily. And so
how much?
I bought it right then.
How much?
$448.
Now, was there still a warranty?
Yeah.
Man,
yeah,
that's a damn good price. Wow.
Yeah, it was a great price. And then there was another $120 or so add-on for the hoses and drains.
Right,
and
gotcha. So okay, and you were putting this into an apartment.
Well, it's an ADU unit.
Okay.
Behind my son's house, so basically it's an apartment.
All right. So what's going on with it?
Well, they were supposed to deliver it on Wednesday the 5th. And right before the scheduled time, I received a text saying that one or more items of the delivery were missing, so they canceled delivery.
Now, what 5th was this? January, February, March, April?
April 5th.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me just ask you this. Have you gotten it yet?
No. Still.
Why?
Still no. Well, I've had 3 interactions with them. The first time they told me it was missing the water hose.
Do you think they don't have it? What do you think's going on?
Well, my true gut feeling is I think they probably destroyed it.
Wait, you mean they damaged it?
I think so, because what they do is the unit's over here in Loveland, but they have their drivers pick it up in Loveland. They send it down to Aurora, and then they ship it back out from Aurora for the deliveries. And I think sometime during that time, I think they damaged it, or.
All right, so you can't get a definitive on it yet?
No. Every time I talk to them, they say, "Oh, we're going to call the store and we're going to get things settled, and we'll call you right back." And no one ever calls me back. I went down to the store and talked to a lady.
Okay, was it still there? Was it still there on display, or had they pulled it?
No, they had pulled it.
So at least it got pulled. So what do you think's going on? What do you want us to do? We do have some contacts at Best Buy we can call.
Do you? Okay.
We call them corporate angels when they help us out.
Yeah, well, the last guy he talked to, and he was supposed to call me back. This was last Wednesday. And he was going to send me his email so I could talk to him, and he never did. That's been the whole problem.
All right, let's do this. I'm going to give it to Suze to take care of with the angel. Suze, do we still have good luck with that person?
Yeah, we do.
All right, so we're going to have Exec Prod take care of it.
Okay.
and she will send it over, and we'll see what happens. Because, I think every single corporation, every single company, every single manufacturer should take a lesson from the ones we've cultivated. Best Buy is one of them. Is CenturyLink another? Verizon. I mean, we have a few.
Yep.
Do we have one over at Excel now?
Oh, yeah.
We do. Okay.
Yeah.
So we call them angels, and I think every company should take a lesson. Problems amplify, produce negative reviews, which induce other negative reviews, and people get pissed when there's no one they can talk to. The worst thing a company can do is nix their telephone service. Now, even if you want to take just one company, I mean one person, and designate them for problems, big problems, not just questions, but problems, you would do yourself a favor because you would nix these things in the bud. You really, really would. So that's what every corporation should do. You should have a person that is designated for trouble.
They don't, though.
No. A lot of companies are even doing away with phone backup. Now, when you can't talk to people, that is frustrating. Oh, my God. More and more companies are getting away from talking to people. Now, Frontier's one of them. Is there anyone you can talk to at Frontier?
No. Not until you sue them. Then you'll hear from them.
Now, let's explain that coming up, because you took a flight. And now, I joke about Mark flying off the handle and just looking for trouble sometimes, but I'm serious about this. This is so egregious, and it's not just affecting him. It's affecting everyone. Now, we're going to put it on our YouTube channel, too, right? Not just stream it.
I'm going to stream it. I'll also put it up as an independent video. I might want to add some caption to it, but it's raw video that I put together. But this is going on all around the country. In fact, according to multiple sources, Frontier pays their employees at the gate a bounty
for
to get extra money
for stopping bag carry-ons.
And what happened to us, the last 4 minutes to get on the plane, they said, you got to pay for your bag, and if you don't want to, you're not going to take the trip, and we'll explain in a little bit.
Garage Kings, by the way, the best garage floor people anywhere. I can't say enough about these people. When I say good, it's an understatement. GarageKings.com. No money down, guaranteed lowest prices, guaranteed for life. Do you beat it? Never.
Keep our schedule full? Seasonal incentives? Oh, yeah. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. Now is the time to call and save a full 12% off all services for select install dates. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
All right. Time for me to tell you about Joe Lazzara, a criminal defense attorney that I always say this, I hope you never need, and I really mean it. I don't want to be cavalier about it. You can use Uber, Lyft, and taxis. You don't have to drink and drive ever. Some people make stupid mistakes, or they could be falsely accused, or they get into trouble some other way. You need an attorney. You can't shop when you're under pressure ever. Joe Lazzara is someone I know and trust. I've known him for 30 years. Lazzara. Call him. Flat rate pricing, free initial consultations, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. You can find him at referralist.com, Joe Lazzara.
I'm here with Sean O'Keefe and Dan Blair, Senior Wealth Advisors at Summit Wealth Strategies and hosts of the Retirement Summit radio show. Guys, taxes can be a big hurdle for someone who wants to sell a highly appreciated asset like a small business or real estate, but you have a strategy that can be a real game changer for dealing with the capital gains. Tell us about it.
Yes, really, this strategy allows a seller to potentially defer all the taxes on the capital gains so we can keep what you would have paid to Uncle Sam working for you. It works really well for small business owners and allows them to continue to build their wealth. For these entrepreneurs, their exit strategy is often the biggest financial decision they will ever make, and many owners are reluctant to explore their selling options due to the fear of taxes eating up a large portion of their life's work. But with this tax strategy, we can position the proceeds of the sale so that your money continues to work as hard for you as you did for it.
And for real estate sales, it's important to know this is not a 1031 exchange. So whether you want to use this tax strategy for the sale of a business, a piece of real estate, or any other highly appreciated asset, you're still using pre-tax dollars. This can be a real game changer that opens up other financial opportunities, such as building retirement income, estate planning, and maintaining your family's wealth. So give us a call today and ask us about this powerful
You know, I left this in the bathroom one time here for 4 hours, and it was still there.
Okay, let me see here. Mark, for some reason, I don't know why, this laptop, my phone, will connect to iHeart all day long. I can connect to TSN. My laptop, the only way I can get on the internet is through mobile.
What?
Hotspot.
It's
What?
probably because how close we are.
Wait a minute.
I'm talking
no.
about in here and
Your
in the
laptop.
office.
Hold on. Do you have an Apple?
No.
Okay. I could have helped you.
My internal Wi-Fi thing went dead a few months ago. That's
Oh,
what I'm
that's-
telling you. I don't know if that's part of the problem.
That is what it is. That's
but I
exactly.
have an external one. I can't connect to anything but I can connect at home, though. That's weird. Okay, let me see. K&H here, Tommy.
Yeah, see, we're always online. That's the fucking. Where's the audio pick? You don't know where it's.
It's right here. It's all these. But what we're going after.
No. I just wanted to know how K&H used to be years ago.
They were 3,100.
Yeah,
and they've been 2,100 since 2017.
Well, who put it down to 2,100? I never did.
Oh, Mark.
Did I send you an email on
You
it?
sent me an email saying they should be $2,100.
Tell me why, because I never did it.
I don't.
I'll never get it back.
That's 5 years ago. I have no clue.
I think because they canceled or dropped out of the Springs. That's why I think. And they got renegotiated.
You might be thinking of chance. Well, we definitely did at one point. I don't know, but if they did truly drop out from there, that'd be.
Here's the problem. Okay, it's all right. We just got to keep what we have. I just wanted to know going into the.
But I am looking to see what contract we have. Okay, here's a signed endorsement from 2016, and then another one in 2017.
With my signature. Then I agree to it. That's fine.
Well, no, hang on. The 16 one. I'm looking.
It's okay. Look. Hi, Tom Martino here. WaterPros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices. I mean that sincerely. You can go to paulthewaterman.com. By the way, there's only a few systems left at $1,600 whole house water softening. 303-862-5554. When I say the best at the lowest prices, I mean it. Now, let's talk about your problems, questions, complaints. Kevin talked about Best Buy not being able to deliver product. We're getting this over and over across the country. People not being, they order something or they buy something, they can't get it. Again, are we still seeing, is it still COVID? I say no. I say the world changed. COVID was part of it. The world changed. Commercial real estate vacancies at an all-time high. People can't find workers, although I can't explain that. We hear people every day wanting jobs, and then people every day saying they have jobs, and for some reason people aren't being connected. We have problems. What is going on in the world? And I mean that sincerely. And I know people can say, oh, it's Biden's fault, or it's Trump's fault, or it's the Ukrainian war fault. Or, I'm serious. What is fundamentally changing around the world?
I think COVID.
Around the world.
COVID was the beginning, or I'm trying to think of a better word than beginning, but it's what started it.
Well, I think before that.
Or
and
accelerated
it. And again, this is true life. I'm not carrying a flag for any political party, but when Trump was elected, there was more of a division than ever but now there was a division with Bush and with all the others. There was always a division. Look what happened with Gore and Bush with the election, and they had to go to court and they had recounts. But I'm saying there was always a division, right? I think the chasm got bigger with Trump. Now, you can blame anybody you want. You can blame Trump. You can blame the Democrats and progressives for not accepting him and going after him all the time. No matter what, though, the truth is it got wider. The chasm got wider then, and people no longer just disagreed, but they accused each other of hate and all of that. But then that went into the workplace. People had an attitude at work. And they had attitudes since then, since COVID, they don't want to work, or they don't want to work like they did. They want to work smarter. The point, yeah.
Part of it is because we've become a service economy. People can stay home and do their jobs because so much of it is done on
And
computer.
if they can, that's fine.
But we're not manufacturing things where people have to show up at work to do physical work. So there's been that.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why any given waiter or someone can be a jerk all the time or not care. And I'm not just picking on waiters.
I don't think people care as much as they used to. But here's what's happened as well.
I go back to COVID, though.
Here's something else that happened. And I want people's observations. I swear to God, I want your observation on this, on why the world changed. And the people who do work stand out. If they're just a little good or normal.
You can tell who's exceptional.
Well,
and
they're
exceptional,
not
that's what I was going to say.
Exceptional today
is a new definition.
Would be normal. Would be normal
that's
5
right.
years ago. And it's easier to stand out. That's a good thing. I mean, if you're young and ambitious and you simply like people, you can be a star.
Oh, you can accelerate quick.
Yes, you can. And we've seen that, living proof of that.
Yeah,
so
Mark's son is a perfect example.
That's one example for sure. Now, here's what we want to do. We want to know why the world changed and what you see happening. Again, I think it's all connected. Everything we're seeing right now, lack of enthusiasm at work, quiet quitting, or people just pissed off at the world. Look at the rioting with young people. Look at the crime. Look at the we have a shoplifting epidemic.
You say
it's
that,
all
but
connected. It's all connected.
Before my time, just the videos I've seen of different things that happened in the 60s.
But Mark,
some of the marches, some of the Vietnam stuff going on was absolutely insane. People spitting on people coming back.
You're
I'm
right.
saying it
You're
was
right.
pretty torn apart from what I see.
You're right. The Vietnam era and the hippie movement, all that. Yeah, it was. Yeah, but it wasn't like. Okay, it wasn't.
It looks pretty bad on TV.
But Mark, can I tell you the difference? Here's the difference. Let me tell you, and this is the difference. Listen carefully. Back then, you had what we called radicals. They weren't that radical. Or freaks, radicals, hippies. What? Okay, now listen. That small group of people, and they would protest, and they would demonstrate, and some of them were violent, some of them were peaceful, right? A small group. The country was united against them. The country thought they were radical or hippie or crazy, and they did not like it. It was a small group against a large majority of what people considered sane, normal people, okay? And they were the crazies. Nowadays,
well, they betrayed
Mark,
Vietnam and the hippies. I don't know about the radicals, but the hippies almost like there was many people that thought we shouldn't be in the war
Mark,
that thought we should be.
But Mark, what I'm saying is that small group of demonstrators were not part of a large chunk of the population.
They just made the newsreel.
That's right. And the population was pretty much united that this should not be happening.
Well, then the problem becomes, hold on, then the problem becomes those nuts with social media, the extremists.
Well, I'm not finished, though. So just remember, the small group made all the noise, but the large majority of the country was against that. Now, they may have been against the war privately or something, but they were against the demonstrations. They were against the violence. They were against the drugs. They were against all of that, okay? They were against it. And now you have small groups of crazies demonstrating, burning down buildings, and rioting. And now you have half of the country agreeing with them, saying, those kids wouldn't be downtown Chicago if they had something to do in their neighborhood. Or you have people saying things like this, which you never had before. You had small groups of people who were considered the fringe. Now you have half the country believing.
I don't think half the country, Mark, by any stretch, believes.
Yes.
What they do is the media tells you or makes you think they do.
I guarantee you.
Most people don't think you should riot.
Half of the people in this country believe there's a reason for it. There's a reason for shoplifting. Leave them alone.
And I think
there's
that's
a reason for rioting.
Tom. That's
leave
crazy
them
to
alone.
Think.
There's a reason. There's a reason. Leave them alone. That's what they do. There's a reason for it, and they justify it. Listen, come on. During the Black Lives Matter riots, when buildings were being torched and things, Kamala Harris was raising bail money for the people.
Maybe
now,
so, but that's a very small percentage, no matter what.
Mark,
I don't care
it
if
wasn't a small percentage.
Okay.
It's half the country. Look at the Look at the
you think
the
half
polls.
the country? Are you saying most Democrats for that point?
Yes.
Were in favor of people burning down federal buildings.
No,
I don't think so.
They won't come out and say it, but they sympathize with the people because it was for truth and justice, and it was for anti-police brutality, and they justify it. That's what I'm saying. Deep in their hearts, no one wants to see that. I'm not saying anyone wants to see that, okay? No one wants. But I am telling you, they justify it. They won't call it out as wrong. They won't come out and say, stop your rioting, it's wrong. They will not. They will try to justify it. Look at the people in Chicago right now. There's no officials in Chicago are condemning the rioting. What they're saying is we have to give these young people more things to do. We have to be better in our communities. Now, as if that's not bad enough, as far as creating division and craziness, you have Pete Buttigieg and his crew saying now that the reason minorities are being killed more on the highways and byways is because our highway system and our street system is racist. Do you think I'm kidding?
I know you're not kidding.
Said that, Tom?
Absolutely. He says our infrastructure is racist.
That's
now,
a little old. He said that a while back.
Well, he's renewing it.
To that.
He's renewing it. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? What I'm saying is, instead of trying to bring the country together, there are people who are looking to tear the country apart on both sides, and people are just sick and tired of everything. They're sick and tired. Listen, I know people don't tune in to hear how bad the country is. That's why I'm asking my listeners, what do we do about it? What do you do on a daily basis? Do you go to work? Do you love what you do? Do you love making money? Do you love paying taxes? Do you love the political systems? Do you love the news media? What is it? What is going on in your mind? Or do you have indigestion, whatever? Do you get sick to your stomach over what's going on in this country? I mean, do you feel there's too much division and it's not like it used to be? Because you can't disagree without someone calling you hateful. You can't. You can't have an opinion. You're called hateful. Hateful. I want to know what you think of that. We have so many things going on where tiny, tiny groups of people control the entire narrative of this country. And COVID was just the start of the government getting into our personal lives and changing the way we do everything. And that was just a preview of things to come. Censorship? No one cares about it, Mark. We think they do. No one cares about it. Half of the country is in favor of censorship, as long as you censor what they don't agree with. And I once had an esteemed constitutional attorney say, the right of free speech and expression was not made for chocolate chip cookie recipes. It was made for the dissenters. It's okay if Nazis want to riot, It's okay if Nazis want to demonstrate. It's okay.
Or burn a
it's
flag.
Okay if white supremacists. It's okay if radical Muslims want to, or radical people, or peaceful people. As long as they don't destroy things and hurt people, it's okay to disagree, for God's sakes.
Is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Truth with Lisa Booth podcast.
Easy driving throughout the Denver Metro for the 10 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. East of there to Aurora, I-225 north and southbound. It's an easy drive from the south end of town through Aurora to I-70 and DIA. Leaving DIA, I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from the foothills. Up on the northwest end of Boulder, Highway 36 east and westbound. It's an easy drive as well. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. Sunny at the moment. We are going to see some clouds rolling in with chance of scattered showers. High of 58 in the afternoon. Overnight low of 29 degrees. Tomorrow partly cloudy, significantly cooler with a high of 50, and that trend continues for the next couple days. The current temperature is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hey guys, it's Lisa Booth. Meet the sheriff who smacked down the media about gun control. Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods joins me on The Truth with Lisa Booth. And listen to The Truth with Lisa Booth on Mondays and Thursdays, but you can listen throughout the week on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking to refresh your home this spring? Hi, this is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Colorado's largest locally owned lighting company. Our 20,000 square foot showroom is brimming with all the latest styles for inside and out. And right now, during our spring sale, you'll get 40% off all lighting, ceiling fans, and home decor, and up to 70% off overstock and floor samples. Visit us today to meet with one of our lighting experts and find your perfect lights. Open 7 days a week, or visit us online at urbanlightsdenver.com.
The best water heater deals anywhere. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Europlumbing will get you a full brand new water heater, Rheem or A.O. Smith, fully installed for $12.99. The old one taken out and the new one put in, and the old one taken away, by the way. Also, new supply lines for water and flex line for gas. $13.99 for a 50-gallon tank. And no matter what size you want, they will beat anyone's price. It's that simple. The best water heater deals anywhere. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844, 303-668-6844. And if you need a personal injury attorney, John Fuller is the attorney that I recommend. There's a reason for that, and you'll notice the difference when you go to myaccidentlawyer.com. Now, here's why. myaccidentlawyer.co is there for you, and he promises only to take the cases he can personally work. And that is what's really important. myaccidentlawyer.co. He is going to give you a cell phone number and stay in touch with you, and he is going to go on the call with you to evaluate your case. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. He even negotiates expenses to keep you to get you more money, to net you more money. Anyway, that is John Fuller. And when I say you'll notice the difference, I mean it. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
With everyone wanting more of your money.
This is why they don't want people to talk.
All right.
A Home Depot worker was killed trying to stop a shoplifter. Yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it's happened all the time.
He shouldn't stop.
That's why they let him walk out.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I am sorry that occasionally I feed the commercials to YouTube. It's true. I'd hate to. Well, as I heard once, how am I supposed to make money if I don't get to work the register? You know, that's.
It's not worth letting it go. They have to do something about it, but they don't want their employees.
What did they tell your son?
No, they don't want to be liable for it.
Right, but here's the deal. They're coming up with new technologies all over the country right now.
Yeah.
You know, like cages, or you have to literally put your cell phone number in when you enter the store. And things
they know who you are, how they track you.
What did they tell your son
Or you
about
shop by app.
Mark, what did they tell your son about that?
About what?
About let him go, don't touch him?
Well, he has nothing to do with that. The only people in Walmart that do that's called AP, Asset Protection.
Yeah.
I mean, they work for him, but AP does their own training, their own whatever. And yes, currently, there's different things you can do, but you can engage but can't touch.
Right.
So really what most Walmarts are doing, they're hiring cops, and they hire them off duty, but they're in full uniform, and they literally will arrest them, take them to jail, depending on the amount, fine them, ticket them, and then they call it where they blacklist them from the store.
Right.
Because the cops aren't afraid to do that stuff.
Right.
But here's the weird part, man. You go to where he's at now, there's no shoplifting. He goes, Dad, I never seen anything like it. I did not realize how Aurora was compared to somewhere else.
There was shoplifting in Aurora?
Oh, my God. Full carts would go. What the big thing is, they fill up a full cart.
Did they ever go get them later? Like, get their license
They call the
plate?
cops. They do what they can. But they have them. They'll go out the emergency fire doors or out through the back. They'll have a full cart and then hit a fire door on the side of the building where someone's waiting in a pickup, throw everything in, no license plate. They could care less, or they're wearing a mask. The ones that do it, do it. They know what they're getting. And they're not trying to sneak it out. They're going out a fire alarm, man. They're causing a whole disturbance.
Yeah.
But he's like, man, he goes, there hasn't been one overdose in this store. Not one drunk throwing up, not this, not that. He's like, the whole city's like, there's no crime. You never really would have thought about that. We've lived in this environment for a while.
Oh, you're living in a city as opposed to a rural area.
24,000 people.
Yeah. We had that many in 2 apartment buildings in New York. I'm taking bets that the Supreme Court says that the judge had no authority to ban the sale of the precious stone.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's talk to JJ. You have a comment on why people aren't working, although I will say unemployment is at the lowest rate ever. But people who are working, here's what bosses are telling me, they're having a tougher time getting production out of them, or reliable people. And also, it's hard to find people right now. I don't understand that because it's 3.5% unemployment. But anyway, what do you think, Jay? Go ahead.
Okay, I'll correct part of that. It's not 3.5% unemployment.
What is it right now?
They changed the way that they calculate that to make it look good.
Okay, how'd they do that? Tell me about it.
I don't remember. I'd have to reread it, but
okay.
They completely changed it.
Okay.
Really if you
so you're saying that's not really, it's not really as good as it appears?
Well, we know for a fact a lot of people left the workforce and didn't come back during COVID.
And they don't count those people anymore. They're not even counted. It's crazy. You wait till you research that one. You will not believe it. But I don't remember the details, or I'd share them with you right now. But right now, our country, we've got, for example, the swimmer just crushing women, kickboxers, MMA. Actually, a couple of women have actually been killed. We have so many crazy things that the tail is wagging the dog. We have all of our money going anywhere but where we want it. When they run out of our money, they just print up new money, making our money worthless. Now they want to go to digital currency, and then they want to tax you on anything you sell on eBay. So people are feeling helpless and hopeless, and there's nothing you're going to do about it because the government's way too big, reaches into every little microscopic part of your body. And, people they have a sense of doom and gloom, and they don't really give a damn.
Unfortunately, you're right. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, electrification studies on cars and on electrifying all of our ranges and all of this. Now, why are we not looking at this? Every study I have found shows the electrical grid that we now have cannot support electric cars beyond a penetration of 30 to 40%.
Well, they're trying to speed everything up. There's no doubt we're selling more and more electric vehicles. It's just the way of the world. But
our grid cannot support them.
I agree with you.
Neither
California at one point told people not to charge their cars last year. And, of course, with the heat coming up and air conditioners running, it's going to happen again. But what the goal is, by putting a lot of these regulations, like saying you have to build electric cars.
I love electric cars, by the way, for the record.
Speeding up the process. They're thinking if we make every car electric, the people are going to have to get on board with power plants and make the grid better. They're just saying we're going to speed the process.
In other words, we're going to make you do it.
We're going to make you figure it out.
So the grid right now can't support it. They say the grid in the future may not be able to support it. And another thing I'd like to throw out there, because this is a consumer issue when it comes to utilities, why are the majority of people against nuclear power?
That I couldn't tell you because apparently it's one of the cleanest.
Not only the cleanest,
stuff like,
not only the cleanest, but generates the least amount of waste.
They don't understand it. That's the problem. All they think about
3 Mile Island and Chernobyl.
Chernobyl for sure.
And they don't realize that France has 70% of its electricity provided by
I'm pretty sure they're
plants.
building a big one right around us. I'm pretty sure.
Darlene,
like Wyoming, maybe?
What's going on with Frontier, Darlene? Welcome to the show.
Yes, hi. My granddaughter was coming at Christmas time from Pennsylvania to Denver, and she paid for the 2 check-in luggage. I think it was $50 a piece or more. But then she had some carry-on, like a backpack, and they charged her, by the time she got on the airplane, another $200.
All right, put her on hold just for a second.
Why is that?
I just got to talk about Frontier for a minute.
Darlene, hold on. Don't go away.
We're going to help you, Darlene, but this airline has gone to hell. I wish I could use other words.
It did. We know that.
There's not even a phone number to call. A lot of this stuff is public record. If you start Googling Frontier, they're paying a bounty now, according to numerous news sources, to these people at the gate. What happened to us last week was a travesty. We have had the same personal items with Frontier for 3 years. We're talking 30, 40 flights. They fit the dimensions. They're actually smaller than the personal items that are allowed. We were in line. We had about 4 minutes. We were at the end of the line to get on the plane. This jerk, Tom, says, go ahead and put it in there. We got to make sure it fits in the personal item bin. And if you've ever flown Frontier, you know what I'm talking about. I put it in the bin. It fits perfect. You know what this ass says? And I'm going to put the video of it up. He says, well, you got to turn it sideways.
Now, remember, they have a rectangle container that you put the bag in, which means it has to measure length, width, or what you would call the height.
And right on their website,
and the depth.
And right on their website, it lists exactly what that can be.
Yeah, like 18 by 14 by 8 or whatever.
And ours is under that. And our bag fits in there perfect like it has every single time.
And he says, oh, even though it fits in there, you have to now flip it sideways to see if it flips in there. But it's a rectangle container.
That'd be like saying, hey, you got to flip it on its ass.
It would mean that not one bag that fits in there would ever fit when you flip it.
It's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Because they're not... The bin is not a square. It is a rectangle.
So we had
it
two
is
bags.
Physically impossible to make it fit the other way.
We had 2 bags, and the guy's like, well, do you not want to get on the plane, or are you going to pay for the luggage? That's what the guy said.
You had 4 minutes.
He says, because we're closing the door in 4 minutes. So we end up paying. I am so furious at this point. You happened to be live at the time.
Yeah.
I was getting on the plane.
You called and
I had to make a big decision. Am I getting kicked off this plane and going live, or am I flying to where we're going for my birthday? And my wife was with me, so I took the road of I'm not going to cause a hell of a scene. But then I got video from another employee when we landed with the same bag. You'll see the video. I put it like I'm getting on another plane there. I put it right in there, and I say, hey, is this okay? She goes, of course it's okay. It fits. I said, well, would everybody say it's okay? She says, yes. What do you do? What do you do? Well, here's what I did. I sued those asses. I sued and filed suit yesterday in Denver. And once again, I'm going to win. I have no doubt about it. But here's the problem. They're enticing these employees at the gate to give them up to a bounty. I don't know if it's 10, 20, 30 bucks. I don't know what it is. For everybody they flag, that employee or those employees
gets a bonus.
They get a damn bonus. And what they're doing, and I don't know if corporate realizes it, they probably don't care because of all the extra profit. These guys are out of control, and somebody's got to do something
now you're
about
suing them, right? Are you suing them?
I am, and I'm going to put the video up. It's only 2 minutes.
No,
I'm going to put it up on the stream.
You'll see the bags and how they clearly
fit. Go to YouTube.com. Everybody, YouTube.com. Type in Troubleshooter, and I'll loop it for a little bit.
Or referral list. We're going to put it right near our feed.
Why don't you vote with your feet and fly Southwest?
Well, I'll tell you why.
He paid the all-you-can-eat.
I'm doing an all-you-can-eat. Now, I would take a refund at this place.
Was that all-you-can-eat?
Nope, that starts May 1st.
Well, why don't you get your money back?
They won't give it back. I haven't asked, but once you buy it, you buy it. I bought it on a certain day for a discounted price.
That means you can fly with how much?
Well, it says all you can eat, but what I'm starting to learn is it doesn't matter unless you get on naked. I mean, I'm starting to think if I carry my wallet, these ass are going to do something.
Do you still have to pay for your seat like you normally do?
We never pay for seats. They try to sell you a seat.
Oh, you don't pay for seats?
No,
then how
I always skip by all that crap.
Then how do you get a seat?
They just give you a seat at the end. They pick one for you.
But do they put you together?
They've never not. I'm sure after this rant they will.
Okay, hold on. So that $8 or $9 for a seat you don't do?
Never. In fact, usually this time, we were in the 8th row, right next to each other.
Oh, okay.
But generally that happens.
And then carry-ons, how many do you get?
0. You get personal items. We always take a check bag. We pay $110 for a check bag, $55 each way, and then we take personal items that are whatever the dimensions. Same ones forever. And that goes back to, okay, now we want you to turn it 90 degrees.
Are you charged for carry-ons?
Yes, if you want a carry-on, not a personal item.
There's two different classes that come onto the plane.
A personal item has its own dimensions. A carry-on has a bigger dimension.
Darlene, we'll come right back to you in your Frontier issue.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Tudor Dixon Podcast.
Just like that, we're back to beautiful driving throughout the Denver Metro. And before we hit the 11 o'clock hour, I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. Over on the east end through Aurora, I-225 north and southbound free and clear driving from I-25 to I-70 and Pena Boulevard. I-70 east and westbound, no complaints from DIA to the foothills and back again, and north of town to Boulder, Highway 36 east and westbound, green and clean as well. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, nice and sunny out now. We are expecting some clouds rolling in with scattered showers before the afternoon is over. High of 58 degrees today.
Okay, so here's the deal. Frontier told us they have to fit in the bag. We've used the same exact things, the same bags for 100 different flights. We fly Frontier all the time. So I'm going to go ahead and put them in there right now and show you that they fit, one at a time.
Judith Gibson, Elizabeth Irving, Dale
There's one.
Lexi Presley and Dale Quigley. Please come to me at 821 for passport verification. Thank you.
There's two. So both of them fit perfectly, and as you watch, there's not going to be an issue here. What the other airport said in Denver was that if you had to put them sideways, well, that's absurdity. Putting them in sideways doesn't make any sense. The dimensions are the dimensions. Now we're going to go ahead and get on the plane in Vegas. These are the same bags we took from Denver. Don't forget to follow us at referralist.com.
Here.
Ready?
It's been recording.
I just want to make sure this is okay.
Are you guys not going on Denver?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah, my boarding pass. Yeah, I was like,
Are we all good here?
yes, you're good.
All right, thank you. Sometimes they say it's not good. Why would they say that?
Why are you videotaping me?
Because in Denver they said it was not good.
And that is good though? 'Cause
That's
it's
definitely good. All right, thank you. Tell me one. Okay, so here's the deal. Frontier told us they have to fit in the bag. We've used the same exact things, the same bags for 100 different flights. We fly Frontier all the time. So I'm going to go ahead and put them in there right now and show you that they fit, one at a time.
Judith Gibson, Elizabeth Irving, Dale
There's one.
Lexi Presley and Dale Quigley. Please come to me at 821 for passport verification. Thank you.
There's two. So both of them fit perfectly, and as you watch, there's not going to be an issue here. What the other airport said in Denver was that if you had to put them sideways, Well, that's absurdity. Putting them in sideways doesn't make any sense. The dimensions are the dimensions. Now we're going to go ahead and get on the plane in Vegas. These are the same bags we took from Denver. Don't forget to follow us at referralist.com.
Here.
Ready?
It's been recording.
I just want to make sure this is okay.
Are you guys not going on Denver?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, you are? Okay. Down my boarding pass. Yeah, change your boarding pass now. Yeah, I was like, really kind of go down. We can go back and like right there.
Are we all good here?
Yes, you're good.
All right, thank you. Sometimes they say it's not good. Why would they say that?
Why are you videotaping me?
Because in Denver they said it was not good.
And that is good though?
That's definitely good. All right, thank you. Tell me one.
Then I think he leaves. I think Ted tries to cancel or pull out of the spring. So Mark then, all I know is Mark said start billing them $2,100, and that's what I did. And then I even have a credit memo that says per Mark over bill December, January, February.
I never got it. I never gave him approval on that. Never. I thought it was $3,000 from, and I knew it was. That's why. Mark, that 2017 change with Kane, it's too late now with K&H, but I didn't sign that contract, and I never remembered it, ever.
The only reason I would have done is if you approved it. I mean, I'm not going to go in there and negotiate. I know they canceled the Springs. I just don't know when.
That doesn't fucking matter. That's always above and beyond whatever.
Yeah. No.
We're going to have to go over the sheet. I have to make sure people are being charged. And so APO is breaking up, huh?
As they say, breaking up the band. I wonder how that works with an ongoing book of business, right?
So, Mark, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 0 being relatively conservative and 10 being a progressive, where do you think RFK Jr. fits on that scale?
Oh, my God.
In the middle.
I'd say maybe 6, 7 towards conservative.
So he may be a viable choice for those of
Hi,
us.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Get your calls in, people. And by the way, if you're looking for a furnace and air replacement, just plain old good people, 888heating.com, and it's 303-770-2776. Here's the hallmark, they say. Apples to apples, they're going to beat any price. That's what they say. And they will give you a free bid and consultation, 303-770-2776 for heating and air. Now, let's continue with our problem with Frontier. I don't know what the problem is, but Darlene, is it similar? Were you tell me the story now.
Okay. My granddaughter came home at Christmas time, December 17th. I'm looking at the itinerary now.
So it's your daughter who experienced the problem?
No, it was granddaughter.
Oh, it was granddaughter, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. She paid $37 to have a seat assignment, okay?
37, okay, so in addition to the ticket, she picked a seat, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. The base fare.
Right, I got you. Go ahead. What happened then? Mm-hmm.
Well, then when she checked in, she paid $57 for one piece of luggage and $77 for the second piece of luggage. And then when she was going through the door, they charged her another $184.
Oh, my God.
So
now, hold on.
It's their entire profit center, in my opinion.
What was the 184 for? What was the 184?
Right. Well,
they're like used car salesmen.
For her backpack or whatever else. Taxes were $92, and I'm looking at the grand total. It started out at $225.83. It came total $538.96. It jumped up to.
Now
hold
on, Darlene. Yeah. It's no secret that you have to pay to check bags. So the 57 and 77, was that a surprise to her?
No, you're allowed up to 50 pounds. So the excess.
No,
the
here's
77
all I'm
had
asking
to-
first, one thing at a time. Did
Yep.
she check 2 bags?
Yes.
And what was she expecting to pay for those 2 bags?
50 each bag, so she was expecting to pay $100.
So she paid an extra 27 plus 7. It's like 30-something bucks. We're not, see, you give the whole amount, but it's not really fair. And I'm not sticking up for Frontier, but she knew she was going to pay 100, but instead she paid, well, I'm looking at here, 120-something, or 130-something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then on the
I'm looking at it,
carry-on,
yeah.
on the carry-on personal item, it was her backpack, and she thought, hey, this is no charge, right? Because it's a personal item, right?
Yeah, and I think she had another a small carry-on, that they put in the little box before you get on the airplane.
Okay. How much to carry on? See, but that's not okay. If she had 2 items, only one of them can be a personal item. So she
That's
was,
right.
So she was going to be charged for the carry-on. I guess what I'm saying is we can try to help you, but they charged appropriately to what they say they will do. Hold on. Just tell her I'd like to go over it to help people, but I'm not sure there's going to be direct help for her. Kachina, did you hear me?
There's no direct help unless you
No,
sue them.
but
You can't. There's
but
nothing
she
you're going to
really-
do.
She really did. I mean, you can't help it. She did.
Unless
have
if they
carry-on.
charged her for both personal items. If they charged her for both, that would be wrong if they both
But
fit
does
into
that
the
price,
box.
Does that price?
Well, I don't know what that price was they charged her at the gate. I don't know how much they charged her.
They
at the
charge
gate.
her for her check bags, okay? Then they charge her 184 at the gate. Is the 184 more than just one personal item?
Hell yeah. That's 2 at least.
How much is? It's not a personal item. How much are carry-ons?
We ended up paying, I think, we paid a total of $220 or $240, and that
was round trip.
Yeah. So what is that? Say $120 each. So $60 each.
60. So she was charged for more than that. Oh, way more.
I don't know what she was charged for at that point.
But they're not going to do anything, and no one's going to make them. That's the problem, right?
Well, unless you sue them.
God almighty, the shootings.
I got to make a call real quick.
So what do you think the odds are on Biden actually running again?
100%.
You think he's going to?
Yep. 100%.
Well, I think he almost said that the other day. He said, I'm going to run again, but we're not going to announce it yet, or something like that.
He's not. He knows he can't run again
I don't know why you don't think he's running again.
because he will be so embarrassed in a debate.
Why would he show up?
Well, he.
Hey, man, you got a minute? Okay. So
These gangs of kids, it's just scary.
Oh, their poor kids are both bored. They just need something to do.
Right. I agree. Soft on crime politics are to blame.
advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. This hour brought to you by Garage Kings, the best floor coverings, no money down, guaranteed for life, and guaranteed lowest price. Think about that. GarageKings.com, 720-252-0370. Bennett, you have a comment. Go ahead, Bennett, and then we're going to move on to other things. 420 is coming up tomorrow, right? And by the way, do you want to know the top 3 stoner cities? Huh? Do you want to know what they are? What do you think they are? And I'm talking about across the country.
I'll bet Boulder's got to be on that list.
No, it's not, actually. No, I mean, what we're talking about is, in general, the top cities with the most marijuana use per capita.
Denver?
Denver, absolutely, yeah. Denver.
Austin?
Let's see. I'm looking at the other one here. Okay, San Francisco is no, Mile High is third. I'm sorry, Mile High City. Denver's third. The number 1 is San Francisco, and then Eugene, Oregon. What? As far as per capita now, I'm sure there's more marijuana use in L.A. and New York and all that, but per capita, the Mile High City's third in the country, which is weird. So first San Francisco, and then Eugene, Oregon, and then the Mile High City. So those are the stoner capitals, and there's even a recall on some marijuana. I'm not going to go into it. You can look it up if you want. But there's a recall. You should go to Westward. They're the big ones when it comes to marijuana news. And they listed some marijuana that was on recall because of excessive mold and other stuff growing in it. And then also, I'll talk about this later. Go ahead, Bennett. Quickly, go ahead.
Hey, Tom, if I understood you correctly, did you say there was a minority of people that were against the Vietnam War?
No, I said there was a minority that protested it.
And, Tom, if you give me 3 minutes, I'll
No,
tell you
I can't give you 3 minutes, Bennett. Just give me your thoughts, though. Go ahead.
Well, you know what? You're absolutely wrong. When I came home, they were spitting on us, throwing rocks
at us. Yeah, I know. Mark mentioned that, and that was a minority of people doing that. They were protesters and demonstrators, and I said the majority of the country did not feel that way, Bennett.
Well, they were doing it to us in New York. They were doing it to us in Chicago.
Bennett, would you say it was more than half the country that felt that way about soldiers?
No, I would not.
Okay,
but
that's
there
the
was
point
more
we were
than a minority.
Well, there was more than a minority. A minority is under 50%. I said, I'll bet you there weren't 10% of the people that did that to soldiers. I bet you there wasn't even 10%. Bennett, I know that you must have experienced something terrible. I'm not trying to be in your shoes, but come on, man. I mean, the country, I remember the country was divided over the Vietnam War, but the actual protesters that spit on soldiers and thought soldiers were dirty and evil, soldiers were victims too of a bad war. If you thought it was a bad war, they weren't, and no, Bennett, I'm sorry what you went through, but don't say it wasn't a minority. Of course it was a minority. It was a very small minority of people that actually spit on soldiers and insulted soldiers. I lived through it. I don't think that the majority of the country was doing it, or even a large piece of the population.
My point was, I think more and more people, maybe even going over the 50%, were starting to oppose the war.
But not the soldiers.
Well, maybe not soldiers, but what I'm saying is more than half the country.
Well, yeah, that's
by
why,
say 71.
Well, that's why
and that's why they pulled.
Who was it pulled out?
Well, Nixon didn't pull, so it was whoever took over. Was it Kennedy?
No, it wasn't. It was no. It started.
I could tell you, having gone to a bunch of anti-war marches back in the 70s, we hated the war, and we never ever hated the soldiers.
That's right.
Almost. The huge crowds there were all anti-war. It was such a small minority.
Look, here's the deal. It says Nixon began the first withdrawals. That's what
under pressure.
Well, that's what it says here on Google. I don't know, here. But in any case.
Well, a lot of people would say he tried to extend the war by keeping the war going so he could keep that
But no matter
seat.
what, it was unpopular, and it was the majority of people after a while that disagreed. You're right. Definitely. That's why elections were won by promising to get out of Vietnam. But the point I was trying to make is the actual demonstrators and crazies, the people that were called crazy, those people were small minorities, and even though the country might think the principle was right or that they believed in something, they did not agree with the crazy.
And I agree with you 100%. I was taking it into modern day, though. I think a lot of people might agree with the plight of Black Lives Matters, but most people don't agree with people burning stuff down. They just don't.
Well, okay.
Especially 50% of the country. I don't think 50% are that out of line.
So, do you think 50% of the country believes that a 100% male DNA, just because they want to say they're female, should be allowed to compete with females? What do you think?
I guarantee 100% don't say it.
But I'll bet you half the country agree.
I don't think so, but man, I'd like to not
Mark,
think
it's
so.
Right down, it's right
so
down
crazy.
political. It's right down political lines. I guarantee you.
People always nod. If you're in the room with a liberal, you tend to act a little more liberal. Most people.
Mark, I'm saying this, and by the way, I don't care what people identify with, but if you have 100% male DNA. And science says you're a male.
Yeah.
I don't care what you think you are.
I know.
You're a male. All I'm asking is this. Is it fair that they compete with female athletes? Is it fair that a rapist...
I don't think so at all.
Is it fair that a rapist in court says, I'm a woman, gets to go to a female prison?
I don't think so
it's
at
happened.
all.
It's happened.
That's not even the point, though. The point is, I don't think half the country thinks that way. I think the media hypes it up to make you think the other side or whatever you want to refer to.
And why are women putting up with 100% male DNA, masquerading as a woman, identifying as a woman? Why are they putting up with someone on TikTok speaking for women? The plight of women.
I don't think a lot of women do.
And the plight of girlhood. No, I think I think this is an unprecedented time in the country where half the country agrees and half the country doesn't with any issue. It's almost right down the middle. It's an amazing phenomenon, which is happening now. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And by the way, seriously, I am not against the trans movement. Just do whatever you want. Who cares? Just do it. But to say and to expect us to cater to it, to put you into a female prison or to let you compete with females is just not fair. No matter how you look at it, you cannot make yourself female no matter how much you want to.
And I think the majority of people agree with that statement.
Well, I don't know if they do. I don't think they do. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay. Have you noticed, on the move for electric cars, I want to get back to this. The battery technology will almost do more harm to the environment than the generation of electricity. And how is electricity generated? With fossil fuels.
Coal?
No, mostly fossil fuels.
On the East Coast, you have a lot of coal. You have a lot of natural gas.
I think coal's being phased out, right?
Well, they're trying to.
So these topics, I know people say, well, wait a minute, Tom. We need to clean up the environment. Okay, we do. We do. Okay, I agree. There's nothing wrong with cleaning up the environment, being good stewards of the earth. But when you're trading one for another, is it truly cleaning up the environment? Are we truly doing that? I'd like to know, have any real hard studies been done on pollution or emissions per mile of an electric vehicle and emissions and hydrocarbons or whatever on a gasoline or what they call ICE, internal combustion engine? I'd like to know, because this is one place where you're not going to get objective information if you Google.
Well, a lot of that has to do with how your electricity is made. If it is made by coal on the East Coast, there's a lot of people that argue the emissions to generate that electricity to be able to charge your car is worse than the actual emissions coming from somewhat of a newer vehicle. I'm not going to put it up against a diesel truck, but you get the idea. But as you move into natural gas or, of course, wind and solar or other things, then I would say it is a lot cleaner. But how about this, Tom? Does it even matter what we do when the majority of the world, like China, which is way bigger than us, people-wise and pollution-wise, when they're not on board with anything, how much does it make a difference if all of their pollution's going into the ozone and we're clean? Is there a difference? Does it matter?
303-713-TALK. So I looked up the definition of a female, and some dictionaries say it is denoting the sex that can bear offspring or produce eggs with female DNA, distinguished biologically with this. Then they go into the science thing. And then another dictionary says a person assigned a female sex at birth or a person who later identifies herself as a woman. So it really depends on what dictionary you find.
Well, you know what's amazing, Tom? It must be coincidence, but I delivered a couple of thousand babies. They all came out of women. Now, that may be a coincidence in my practice, but that's what happened.
Now, somebody wants to know, Mark, they texted me, why do you fly Frontier if, in fact, they're so bad?
I'm a glutton for punishment.
No, seriously,
man.
Why do you? I thought you were a Southwest person. Were you never a Southwest person?
Never. So here's
why?
the deal.
You don't like the open cattle call?
I don't care about any of that. So 2 times I've had problems with Frontier, one being this last one. When it comes to delays, we generally never have them. If we do have them, they're a half hour. And we've never had any issues with baggage up until last week because we understand their system. And to end it, they're the cheapest on some of the places we go. Louisiana or New Orleans and Las Vegas. We can pay as little as $50 a person round trip.
So no matter what, even with the nonsense, you're saving money.
Oh, no, not if they charge you for personal items. We didn't. Southwest would have been the same price, if not cheaper. If they followed their own rules, this flight would have been cheaper. But that is why. I mean, that is why they're dirt cheap. And I'll tell you what, all these people, I'll tell you one, I know an attorney that loves, he's probably listening, loves Southwest. My God, anytime I turn the news on, they're like grounded. Yesterday, Southwest didn't have one flight in the air.
Well, Southwest is a pretty good run.
During the holidays, they were the ones that sucked more than all the other ones added up.
I don't like their seat-saving policy because that negates their A, B, and C boarding stuff. Hey, Mark, what is your comment? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I wanted to say that they have done studies on the amount of pollution from an EV versus
could you do me a favor?
car.
Could you? I really want to hear this, Mark. Seriously, if you can hang on, man, and if you can't, call back because I really do want to hear it, and I want to hear where we can see those studies. 303-713-TALK. HarrisFamilyLaw.com/webinars. That's where you go to get all the latest videos. They're real webinars that were recorded on family law matters. It's very important. You can arm yourself before even calling them. Of course, you can call them at any time, 303-515-5000. But look at the webinars. In fact, there's a new one tonight, Wednesday. So go to HarrisFamilyLaw.com/webinars.
Looking to refresh your home this spring? Hi, this is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Colorado's largest locally owned lighting company. Our 20,000 square foot showroom is brimming with all the latest styles for inside and out. And right now, during our spring sale, you'll get 40% off all lighting, ceiling fans, and home decor. And up to 70% off overstock and floor samples. Visit us today to meet with one of our lighting experts and find your perfect lights. Open 7 days a week or visit us online at urbanlightsdenver.com.
All right. John Fuller is with us now to talk about negotiating medical bills. I always say John Fuller not only personally handles your case, but he works on a percentage fee basis and then negotiates expenses at the end to help you net more money. What exactly does that mean, John?
Well, hey, Tom, it means this. There is not, I mean, I think everybody knows medical charges are like a moving target. You know, it depends on who pays. It could be a health insurance company. It could be MedPay. It could be cash pay. It could be nobody pays. It's, you know, theoretically the other company's responsibility. I mean, nobody really knows what the value of any particular service is. So when we get medical charges, I think Mark can attest when we handle one of his cases. You know, as an example, we had a bill that was $35,000 from an ER for his daughter's case, and we negotiated that down to $5,000. So we're not talking about just nickel and diming people and trying to get a little baby reduction. We're talking about trying to make significant changes and bring these medical providers down to the rates that they would have been providing them.
John, I want to chime in real quick. That was 100% true what you said. And Tom, that $30,000 he saved from those bills, that goes into my pocket or the client's pockets.
I know.
It's not like you just negotiate it down and don't get it.
So, John, that's part of your regular service with everyone.
Absolutely. You bet it is.
And what else, then, would there be to negotiate other than medical?
Well, medical is the biggest source of it. We have liens that are asserted from all kinds of different parties, and we go after every single one of those. It's a really complicated area as to what their rights are. You've got to have somebody that's on top of it. We do it every day, so we feel pretty confident that we're cutting edge of technology to the forefront.
John Fuller, I said you will notice the difference, and you will. He'll handle your case personally, 303-597-4500. He'll go over it with you, free legal advice. You'll get his cell phone number, and he really will stay in touch with you. myaccidentlawyer.co, 597-4500. If you need some spare cash, what about DavidEllisJewelry.com? David Ellis will buy used vintage antique jewelry and also just the junk that he weighs and pays. So if you have precious metals, bring them in any form. And if you have, jewelry that has some street value, bring that in too, and it'll give you a fair price. The whole idea is this. You're dealing with a name that we know and trust. You're not dealing with scumbags in the area, and I mean scumbags like Facebook Marketplace people and Craigslist people. I'm serious. You need a name we trust. David Ellis Jewelry, 303-322-8779, 3rd and Clayton, the safe way to do it. All right, and speaking of safe, Harris Family Law also does estate planning. And if you need a will, you can go there. Now, not for a divorce, not after a divorce. You can go there just for estate planning, just for wills, just for trusts. They do that work too, and they do a great job. HarrisFamilyLaw.com for estate planning, wills, and trusts, avoiding probate or facing probate. And that's 303-515-5000.
Need to sell your home on your schedule?
Mark, I'm getting on the train. I am writing her a letter for the first time ever, and I'm incorporating Taylor Swift titles in the letter.
That's kind of cool.
Adeline's turning 21 tomorrow, Tommy.
Wow. Oh, how wonderful.
Can you believe it?
No, I can't, because I've known her since a little baby.
You gotta be Twitty
She and Hitler have the same birthday.
Miles was most likely at Tom's house when he was less than 6 months old.
We still have the little fire truck you bought.
You do have that fire truck?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
That's a wonderful fire truck. Holy shit.
It's like Doc, it's an old school pedal.
Oh,
solid metal.
Oh, yeah.
Like something from Dennis the Menace time.
Oh, yeah, the kind we had when I was growing up.
It was so cool.
Had a little hose.
Yeah.
So
the ladders were
back then, a
all
company
wood.
made replicas,
Yeah.
and they were genuine. When I say replicas, I mean they were to the T. And I said, "You guys got to keep this. This is insane."
Oh, we still have it.
Yeah, it's funny. And then that was one of his favorite toys. But then you know what overrun it?
All the motorized
was
shit.
the motorized choo-choo train and Jeep. What fire truck? But ask me where the Jeep and motorized shit is.
I remember one of them was in the lane and would scoot like under the tape when we were talking or something, and I remember him or her, they were kicking and their whole little cradle, whatever.
That sounds like Addie.
Would just move.
That sounds like Addie.
God, it doesn't, man. I'm telling you, I can't believe fucking Dolce's 18.
Oh.
I can't believe that.
She's an adult.
God.
The first time I saw her was in Park Meadows Mall with Holly. I ran into her. She couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 months old. Shopping spree at Gymboree. Oh my gosh.
Gymboree.
Yes. She's a cutie.
Yeah, it's kind of... So looking back, what was your favorite age of them? I mean, I actually enjoy them now more than ever, but prior to that, growing up,
No, I don't enjoy them now more than ever. I mean, I
Yeah,
enjoy
well, that's
them.
right. That's where I was 4 years ago.
I enjoy them, but not more than ever.
You will, though. Yeah. You will. I promise you will.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. Mark's got a comment on EVs. Go ahead, Mark, on that study. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say a little less than 20% of our electricity comes from coal in the U.S., just to answer that question.
Okay.
But, yeah,
thank you.
There have been studies done, and EVs are considerably cleaner than a gas-powered car, but the creation of the battery does take a lot extra pollution, right? So the average is about 20,000 miles.
Now, where did you
time.
see the study, by the way? I'm curious.
You know, I'm in my car, so I don't have it, but I have it booklet,
But Mark, besides the battery and creating the battery, we can also talk about getting rid of the battery, but I'll even throw that out of the conversation. How about when you plug it in, what's ever creating that electricity, whether it is at 20% coal or heating oil like on the East Coast, that creates a lot of emissions.
It absolutely does, but did you know it takes about 5 kilowatt hours of electricity to refine a single gallon of gasoline, just the refining step. And
good. I wasn't even thinking of the refineries.
So, Mark, are you saying overall, from your studying of studies, are EVs more efficient and less impactful on the environment?
I think he's saying after 20,000.
Absolutely. Yeah, at 20,000, about 20,000, depending on the car, is the break-even point.
20,000 what?
Miles.
Oh, 20. Miles. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So in other words, you buy now. But hey, Mark, just off the top of your head, I mean, what are they taking? The average what? Because if you go out and buy like a brand new 2023 blah blah blah, it might be close to zero emissions.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what. Oh, you mean the gas-powered car?
Yeah.
No, they're nowhere near close.
Nowhere near
nowhere
zero.
near close.
Not zero. No.
Well, okay, not zero, but I mean, aren't there some?
They're 100 times cleaner than they used to be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What are they using?
Well, the newer vehicles. When you're comparing the fleet or the vehicles, are you comparing newer vehicles? Because that would only be fair to compare newer with newer, new EVs with new.
Yeah, absolutely. The studies I've seen are comparing new
and
cars.
Can you point us
vehicles.
in any direction to see some of the studies?
I can send you an email, Tom.
Okay, good. Help at troubleshooter.com, and I will get it. So, do you have an electric vehicle?
I actually own 3.
What kind?
I have a Chevy Bolt that I've had for 4.5 years. I've got a Hyundai Ioniq 5 that I've had for a little over a year, and I just bought a Tesla Model Y in January.
Oh, that's pretty. I like that. You know,
yeah.
I had a deposit. Mark and I put deposits down at the same time on S's, and I didn't get mine because my wife she absolutely, when we visited the place and she saw them and sat in them, and then I drove her in one, she absolutely hated it. I don't know why, but I don't know. She just hated it.
You know, I mean, everybody has their preference.
I mean, I think
honestly,
it's what she's used to, and it was too peppy. Yeah. It was too peppy.
Yeah.
Like when you stepped on the gas or whatever, the throttle, or the potentiometer. So thank you very much for calling in. Hayes, you have an issue with Verizon. What's going on?
Yes, Tom. Well, I've had a business account with them for some time, almost 2 years, I guess.
Okay.
And I had 3 lines, and I went in October and upgraded 2 additional lines. And as I'm walking out the door, I added the internet service they had, the 5G. I thought, wow, that may be fantastic for my home, you know.
So what was the internet service? Was it by their cable?
No, it's like a 5G.
It's their 5G product.
Well, how does it work? Is it the little hotspot that you bring home,
or a big one?
It's about 12 inches.
Got it. Okay. It's like a little, like a modem, but it's not. It's a little hotspot. So
it technically is a modem. Right. It's a little 5G modem and a router built in.
Okay. So what happened?
And great service. I mean, it was fast. I've got 2 college kids at home.
Great.
Constantly streaming. I work from home sometimes.
So where'd it go to hell?
Yeah. So what's going on? What's the problem?
Well, 2 weeks after it, I start getting emails that I'm being charged overages. And I said, overages? I thought it was $139, a month. So I called up.
Wait a minute. The $139 was supposed to be all you can eat?
Yes.
That's is that for everything or just the hotspot?
For everything, for whatever you use in a month is the way I took it.
Okay.
So it's internet service.
All right. So you were charged for overages, and then what did they say it was for? Why? Okay, tell us why.
Well, and now it's $10,200, 2 months of service.
Wait a minute. Did you just say 10,000?
$10,200.
Do you have that bill?
No, come on, man. Hayes, hold on. You were charged.
No, I'm dead.
Hold on.
This has been going on 4 months. This is back in November.
Are you
the whole issue is
is that a cumulative total of 10,000?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So each month it was more. You never had a $139 bill.
I never had. No, I sure didn't. And of course, it's tied in with these 5 phone lines, but they're relatively cheap compared to, to what they're charging me.
Now, these phone lines that you have, you're talking about cell phones, right?
Yes. And here's the deal, Tom. 2 weeks into it, I contact. They transfer you to a business account because it's a business account. So I'm not dealing with the people that I got the phone from. They say they work for Verizon, but I think they're contractors. I've got their address here. They're down in Lone Tree.
Yeah. But I don't know.
So anyway, I try to cancel it.
I just want to see the bill.
I'm like, look, I
want to see the bill.
Anything? Okay, I've got 2 here I can send you.
Now listen.
But I didn't want anything that I'm going to be.
Do you have anything? Hold on. Yeah. Do you have anything that tells you it's a $139 for all phones and 5G hotspot unlimited?
No, and that's incorrect. I'm sorry about that, Tom. It's $139 a month just for the internet service. And then the phones are separate. In the same billing, on the same account, but it's $139 for what I thought was unlimited internet service, but they tell me they've never offered it.
You know what's weird is
do
generally...
you have it, so you can't prove it was ever unlimited data?
No, but they've worked with me over the last 4 months.
Well, what does that mean? Here's what I want to know. Do they say... Okay. You owe the money, we'll reduce the bill, but you owe the money because we don't have unlimited?
No. What they've said is that I owe the bill and that it's legitimate charges. They're willing to work with me. They've already offered me an $8,010 credit, which I have no clue what it's for, but it doesn't cover the $10,200 because I sent them an email 2 weeks into it and said, I want to return this device.
Have you stopped using it?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you're not it's not adding every month more and more and more.
No, just my phone.
What were you using your internet for? What that would be that much? How much
for the house?
Like everything. What do you do? Stream movies and stuff?
I've got 2 college-age kids that if they're not doing classes online, they're streaming movies constantly. That was your only internet service, right? Yes.
All right, hold on. This is weird. We're going to have to try to find someone there who can help.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
With the 11 o'clock hour, easy driving continues throughout the Denver Metro. I-25 north and southbound flowing free into and out of downtown. 6th Avenue east and westbound easy driving on the west side of town to and from I-70. I-70 itself, no complaints from the foothills to DIA and back again. South of DIA, I-225 north and southbound easy driving as well. Finally, up to the Boulder area, Highway 36 east and westbound, simple and clean driving. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. Sunny right now, but we are expecting some scattered showers later in the day. Highs in the upper 50s, overnight low of 29. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 50 degrees. The current temperature is 57 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
He was the last king of America and maybe not as bad as we make him out to be. We'll have the story of George III. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
two companies that I love and two companies I know. I know the owners. I know the people. I've given talks there, Excel Roofing and Fix It 24/7. With Excel Roofing, I can't say enough about how they do business because you won't find it anywhere else. First of all, they're going to inspect your roof free of charge, never ask you to sign anything. And then even when you do sign, they never ask for money up front and no penalty clauses. Think about that. ExcelRoofing.com. No other roofer does it. And they handle all the latest roofing, including, of course, the hail-resistant roofing for lower premiums and a more sturdy roof. ExcelRoofing.com as an excellent, EXCEL. I know Jay, and you know what? He's teaching his son Henry to take over. It's a great heritage, and they honor all their warranties. 303-761-6400. 303-761-6400. In that same vein of great companies, Fix It 24/7. I've known George for 20 years, and here's the deal with George. He bought this company and has built it to a really fine company for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains throughout the entire metro area. And they do something that no one else does for $39 for new customers. And that is they truly get the dirt and grime and clean your furnace or air. Right now you want your air done, $39. And I say truly, I mean truly. They use solvents and they get it all clean, and that's the number one killer of AC. They also make adjustments and do whatever it takes, and they give you a no breakdown guarantee. $39, 720-526-3939.
I've tried a lot of language learning apps.
Did you get new Coke and stuff for him, for Doc?
Yeah. We got water and soda.
I bought this just in case at Starbucks. I didn't know.
How much time do I have, man?
I'll wait for Mark. This call screener really helps. I'm really happy we did.
I love it.
The market has changed. You now have more buying authority whether you want to purchase with a rate and a freeze on a 3-2-1 buy down or refinance to pay less interest on your home faster with the asset manager mortgage. Call Affordable Interest Mortgage 720-895-0500 where we've been serving Colorado for over 20 years. Government agencies continue to raise the cost of financing, whether to purchase or refinance. Let us show you how not to pay these increased fees with loan programs designed to pay less interest and put you in control of your equity. If you want to purchase a home with the rates and the freeze, then you want to have access to your equity. Call Affordable Interest Mortgage 720-895-0500.
He's like the only mortgage guy advertising.
720-895-0500.
American Financing is going down the tubes. They've given up their leases. They've given up people.
They're down to like 20 employees or something?
And they were hundreds, and thousands of square feet, and millions and millions and millions of dollars. I don't know if Tim is still there and stuff.
I would think he is.
How about this plum crazy match made in heaven? Buy a new Carrier AC and get a new Carrier furnace free. A deal for any budget. Only from Plumline Services and Carrier. Turn to the experts. From Castle Rock to Longmont, Plumline's been earning our trust since '98 with a spirit of excellence. Service at home, service at heart. Schedule online. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. PlumlineServices.com. That's PlumlineServices.com. Customers are trusted quality installation at These words may go coffee. It's manufactured specifically for both Colorado's weather and our altitude. Call for a free quote. Put your name by the brand. Get a full 25% off your entire order. Call Bluebird number 303-810-2888. 303-810-2888. Or go online, gobluebirdco.com.
Let your savings work harder for you with Belco's premier money market account. Visit belco.org for details. 630 KHOW,
an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Compass Insurance Group doing free insurance checkups to see if you're not underinsured or paying too much. It's really important. 303-996-9000. And Ideal Home Loans for your next Ideal Home Loan. And here's the good part about that one. The interest rate guarantee. So when rates go down, it's an automatic refinance where you contact them. They refinance you at no charge. 303-996-9000. Hayes has a problem with Verizon. And here's the bottom line, okay? You don't have, and nowhere do I look, do they have unlimited data for that 5G. So I don't know where you even got that impression. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying I can't find anywhere that even comes close to saying that. It does say, the monthly fee. So you assumed, well, that's my internet service, right? How much data did you get for the $139?
I have no idea.
So you really did. Okay, you really were a little unprepared for this.
2 weeks into it, I'm sending them emails. Hey, I want to cancel this. Having phone calls with them because I didn't want anything that wasn't unlimited.
Okay, hold on. How did you know 2 weeks into it wasn't unlimited?
It starts every time they charge me. I think $3 a megabyte. They sent me an email. So like one day I got 17 emails in one day.
Okay, so that's when you knew. But here's what I don't understand. If that happened to me and I called to cancel, I would have unplugged it.
Right.
I would have stopped using it. So why did you continue to use it?
Well, this representative, the business representative down in Longtree, Alexandria Fuller was my rep. She told me, she said, we can fix this. You just need more routers. And I said, more routers? I didn't understand how that would help me, but that's what she told me in emails and on the phone conversation. And then I said, no, I think I want to return this. I don't want anything that's not unlimited. And she said, you're on the wrong plan. And I've got all the emails and phone conversations.
Okay, that's good. That's good that you have all of that. But nowhere did she say, did you go on to a new plan, by the way?
No, but I did have a meeting with her manager, and an internet specialist November 28th, a Zoom call.
Okay, was that, hold on, was that, are they part of Verizon?
Yes. They're.
And what did they say in that call? They were trying to keep your business, but at that point you still owed thousands. So what did they say?
They said they basically just listened to what I was telling them.
But why did you continue to use it, man, after that? You weren't getting what you wanted.
Oh, no, I unplugged it. I think there's 2 months of charges on there.
Wait,
I unplugged it.
2 months of charges are now $10,000.
$10,200
for 2 months.
2 months. It may be 2.5 months, but it's less.
You unplugged it after 2 months.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we got to see. Listen, send the bill, please. Send the bill, okay? 303-713-TALK, 713-825. We got to look at this bill. I'm not sure there's anything we can do about it.
Well, anything we can do. At what point something unconscionable? How about instead of $3,
$100,000?
Yeah, whatever. I mean, that's insane.
Whoever would you
$10,000?
So what is it made for? It obviously isn't made for a home, for God's sake.
The little AT&T one I have.
It's for emergency use, right?
It's 50 megabytes up and down for like $40 a month, but I only use it when there's no Wi-Fi where I'm at.
Give me an idea of 50 megabytes. Give me an idea.
50 megabytes is not much.
A movie?
What's a movie? I would say, I don't know about Netflix compression, but the compression I do know about, an hour-and-a-half movie is probably around 600 megabytes.
Oh, my God. So 50 doesn't do anything for you.
Well, but Netflix has got much better compression, maybe half that, maybe 150. I'd say at least 150 megabytes.
You know, I bought an AT&T all-you-can-eat, and they've been trying to get me off that plan forever.
Well, the phones are different. How phones work, you get the all-you-can-eat internet, text, and whatever, but after a certain amount, they just throttle you down if needed. That's what I figured his device would do, but it didn't. It just kept charging them. And, of course, they want it fast, because the faster it is, the more dough they're making. If I got an internet bill for $5,000, oh, my God, it doesn't even... I wonder if we were just put on. How come we haven't seen this bill yet?
Well, I got to see it. It's almost hard to believe that you could rack up that much in 2 months.
We have never heard a call anywhere near that, ever.
Now, have you heard the guy that was a government employee who wrote a UFO report? There have been more UFO sightings than any time in history, they're saying. And Congress is going to do hearings.
But just the word unidentified flying object,
well, that just
means they don't know what the hell it is.
The government doesn't call it that, damn it. The government gives it another name now.
It's not like they're saying alien ships. They're just saying, we saw something, we don't know what the hell it is. It's probably a Chinese spy balloon.
No, they're moving in such a way that... But anyway, this government official, I'm trying to find his name, he said that almost all UFOs they encounter go over water, and he believes they're coming to Earth to fuel, and they run on water. It's actually in a report. Oh, they call it, listen to what the government calls it, unidentified aerial phenomena. So they call it UAPs. Because they can't say UFO.
It could be weather, it could be anything. But even UFO, what does that
Mark,
mean?
it can't be that, because the way they move, you don't understand. They're moving they go up and then at a right angle at a very high speed. So balloons don't do that. We know that. Now, you know, they do have things on radar. They showed them today on TV, on national news. They have them. They are tracking things that move in a very spectacular way. And so it's probably not a weather balloon. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying it's from outer space either.
Unidentified.
That's what it is. Unidentified aerial phenomena, or a UFO is an object. They're not calling it an object.
They probably get close to Washington at a high rate of speed.
You know, here's my take on it.
Figure out what's going on and get the hell out of here.
What's your take on it, Don?
Even the crazy people who are all into aliens accept the fact that they're not in our solar system. So no planet in our solar system has advanced civilizations.
No, we know that.
Right.
Yeah.
So therefore, it has to come from another solar system, which means they have to have figured out how to travel.
Wait. There's people that say it comes from deep in the ocean. They've already been here forever.
Well, most people think it's coming from another solar system, which means they have to have figured out faster than light travel.
All right. We have a comment on Hayes' issue with Verizon. Hang on, Henry.
So if they have that technology,
Mark,
they cannot get
granite?
detected.
Mm-hmm. I want to go to the restroom. Thanks, man. Mark will do it. 30 seconds, Art of Granite.
You have his info?
Yeah.
Don't you agree, Mark? If they have the technology to figure out how to travel intergalactically, they have the technology not to be identified, but they don't want to be.
You wouldn't even see it.
Exactly.
Of course.
And also,
that was my whole thing, though. It could be weather, it could be anything.
Right. And the other thing is, there are all sorts of different shapes, which means either one civilization has 40 different types,
or it's an illusion,
or there's a conspiracy by 40 different other civilizations.
New countertops, new cabinets, new kitchen, new bathroom. You get the idea. You want the best, and you want it at the best pricing. You do what I did. Suzanne and I called the Art of Granite. Mitch came out. He measured everything. Bam, new bathroom. Bam, new kitchen. Bam, new laundry room, and the pricing is unbelievable. He'll even do estimates over the phone. Nobody else does that. Call up Mitch. He's the owner, theartofgranite.com. THE, theartofgranite.com.
I'll leave soon.
You're leaving?
Soon.
Playing hooky?
No.
And I gotta drive
Make
all
sure
the
you
way
dock her pay.
I got to drive all the way to wherever.
I'm gonna go home and let the dogs out. Probably get them on a run if it's not too windy. Then I'm gonna go to that store to get some of that Taylor Swift stuff, and might do a yoga class. I assume you're gonna feed yourself and whatnot. You're gonna probably be.
I don't know how long we're gonna be. I'm hoping we're done at 3:30.
Oh really? Oh, then I'll wait to eat and see what you're doing.
I'll just let you know. I have no idea who this is. That's Mark. Hello, hello. Yeah, I already served him. It's all good. Thanks, bye. It's the one thing I hate about Denver. When you sue someone there,
your name goes on a list.
They give you information to a process server. And I don't know if they buy it or what, but anytime I've ever sued anybody in Denver, 10 different times, the next day or the day of, I get a call from someone saying, hey, do you want some help serving? You know why? Because it's public record.
Yeah.
They're not buying it. They're simply
Right.
monitoring it.
And a lot of people would probably take them up on it. On server. Who did you serve?
Frontier.
Frontier's easy though. They got an office. You just walk in and put it in a basket. You just can't do it yourself.
Zero confrontation. No.
So who do you have do it?
I did it this time, and when I sued him, he did it.
okay.
So we just.
You can't have any monetary. You can't have any money in the game.
So then they do have a purpose. These people that call you up, right?
Yeah, if it wasn't something like that and someone hard to track down, I think it's the same company. This Mark. No, it's not. It's all cool, man. We already served him literally yesterday. All right, thanks. Bye.
I emailed Jay Bretz. I said, Jay, any chance you or Ann Henry can come in studio these dates? It's the first time I included Henry in the invite.
Those poor guys need hail, man.
They need hail like crazy.
I have a feeling once the hail comes, it's going to be brutal.
It'll get ugly. I think we're going to come back and then go back. All in the same 4 seconds.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money? Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better. Sounds like you really look out for your clients. We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us.
Turn that down a little, Doc.
On Tom's?
Well, it's the monitor, yeah.
Which one do you turn down?
It don't matter. There you go. You got it.
Is the meeting set for week? I'm going to ask him if we arrive early. Would that be okay?
I think we can get there quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But coming back, man, I'm hoping we can start early.
Me too. Me too.
Is he there? Is Ted going to do an introduction? Or
I don't know. I don't know.
Because he said he's there for 30 days.
Where are you guys going physically?
Arvada.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's like
South Arvada.
Yeah.
Boy, that's about as far away from your place as you can get.
My place. Yeah.
Then you got to bring me back here because I got to get my car.
Yeah, but I come right by through here.
Do you have enough charge? You didn't charge last night.
I got plenty. I'm going to quit plugging in every night, too.
Why?
I don't even know why we do.
Why? Why would you?
Because our average is 4 days.
Sometimes it's like last minute. Want to go to the Springs? Or
Hi, Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, waterpros.net. Remember, I think he's got one or two systems left at the $1,600 water softener for the whole house. PaulTheWaterman.com. Get it, man. It's the best system at the lowest price anywhere. 303-862-5554. Let's go to the phones. Henry's got a comment on Hayes' issue. Hayes, man, this is a crazy story. Hayes says he had what he thought was unlimited internet service. Turns out to be internet service with a 5G hotspot in his home.
He said $3 a megabyte.
He says in a month, in 2 months, he racked up a $10,000 bill and then unplugged it, and he doesn't want to pay it. They say they'll work with him, but he says this is unconscionable. What do you think, Henry?
Well, I have unlimited internet and iHotspot, and I pay for 2 phones and a tablet $139. My bill is never ever more.
Wait,
totally different deal though.
Wait a minute. Is it Verizon?
Oh, it's Vero. I would never be with Verizon.
Well, but
what do you have a 5G hotspot?
No.
Yeah, I have a 5G hotspot. I have everything
on your phone, or is it a separate standalone hotspot?
It's on my tablet at the house.
Yeah, so tablets,
not on my phone.
Tablets work this way. It doesn't matter if it's 4G or whatever. You can use them as a hotspot, and you get unlimited on it, but after a certain amount, whatever that amount of gigabytes
throttle
is,
you down.
Then it just throttles you down.
Yeah, mine is always unlimited, no matter how much I use.
I understand. We both understand.
Yeah, but the speed varies as you get closer, as you go over a certain limit. But you're right. Mine is the same with AT&T.
And honestly, I don't know if this guy's pulling our leg at this point. Is he going to send it over, Kelly?
Yeah, Kelly. Is he sending that bill?
The bill is 22 pages, so he is scanning it and sending it.
22 pages.
Oh, my God.
I got to see this. This is incredible. Stay tuned for that, folks. We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. How you get a $10,000 internet bill. Yeah, more coming up. 303-713-8255. Get your calls in.
Leg. If he has a 22-page bill, I don't think he's making this up. No, someone said, Mark said that, of course.
Yeah, of course Mark said
it. Yeah. Have either of you ever seen a $10,000 internet bill?
I can't believe it, actually, to be honest with you.
That's so crazy. I'm just like, what the, yeah.
So, Mark, I want to start sharing with you that I have on Drive or on, I don't know how to share bookmarks with you for really good consumer information if you ever want to talk about it. So I go to a folder and I just drop down and just hit it.
Oh, yeah, do that then.
Yeah, but sometimes when some of them I got to take out.
When you erase all your trips to porn sites, you got to reset it?
Yeah. How did you know?
Because that's what he does.
He was looking, he was looking for a good one.
Damn it, they don't have that genre. How do I possibly think of a new porn genre no one's got?
Okay, let me know when you're out if you want to get some dinner or I can cook something.
Okay.
I'm just going to go home and run the dogs, go to that store for Adeline.
Oh, you came in 2 separate cars because of our
We
meeting.
did because of the meeting, and we had to be here so early. Our puppies, now that Miles is gone, they can't hold it 8 hours.
I
9
found a
hours.
house sitter that she's great.
We got one too, really good.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, but just for the day-to-day, like if we leave the house for yoga
I
at 6 in the morning.
I have somebody overnight, but
Yeah.
I think she charges. It doesn't matter how many dogs, and she'll do whatever you want, but it's $50 a day.
Yeah, that's what we
pay.
got.
I mean,
she'll stay at our house.
Oh, okay, good.
She stays night.
Then you found
But,
someone. Okay.
Yeah, but it's just.
That really is a
it's
going
just-
rate too. I didn't know that.
It's just the day-to-day. The dogs can't hold it 9 hours when we're at work. Now that Miles is gone.
No, but I don't
'Cause
mind
he would
that.
let them out.
You can't do the invisible fence and the.
He won't do
Shit,
it.
no, man. We'd have raccoons and squirrels and everything
Could
come
do one
in.
of those electronic ones, but I don't know. It seems like a hassle.
Well, that's what I mean.
But yeah.
The door.
Where it opens only for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only problem I'd have with that, I don't know if you
We
could
had it.
program it for times.
No, we had it, and
Yeah,
it was
but then
perfect.
the dogs would have to go with those times.
No,
Yeah,
no, not open and close. I'm saying I wouldn't want them going in and out at night.
Oh, I bet you can program
Well, you
them.
just turn it off. Just turn
But
it off.
yeah,
Don't
we have a problem now because they just can't.
And you
hold
put it in your garage. You don't put it in the house. You put it, or you could put it. We would put it in the garage. So.
Like the mud room. Well, no, because then they'd just be roaming Franktown. Anyway, I'll see you in a few hours. Are you coming in tomorrow? Are you gonna have Brad O'Brien to your house? Or
Oh, I gotta figure that out.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is one of the few days the thing is all done, so I can go home tomorrow. I can do it from home, so most likely I will. And
I mean,
where's
Brad can still be here.
Yeah, I know. I'm leaving the station at 2 p.m.
Okay, see you guys.
Later, babe.
Man, did Fox lose a lot of credibility in that settlement they made?
It'll come back.
God, forget about credibility. Holy shit, almost $750 million.
Yeah,
And there's another one going after him. Another vote machine thing.
Boy, and the mainstream media didn't waste any time hopping on that son of a bitch.
Hell no.
Talking about how.
Oh, of course, they hate Fox.
I don't care about spotlight.
Ross was going on about that this morning, about that the bill to change the zoning so you can 30% of your area can be used for multi-family dwellings.
Say that again.
There was 30% of your city has to be dedicated to multi-family dwellings, so condos or apartment buildings.
Of what city, though?
Of whatever city is. It's a statewide bill, so every city.
Well, like Franktown could never do that. There's zero.
There's zero what?
There's zero anything but 5-acre homes or larger. There's nothing else allowed in the town.
But this would change that.
I guarantee it wouldn't change it.
Well, that's what they're saying.
I don't even know where these people would get their fucking water then. Were you going to put an apartment complex on a fucking well?
Well, maybe it wouldn't be applicable to Franktown, but it would be applicable to other cities.
God, that'd be crazy.
Well, I know. That's what Ross was saying.
Who would come in and build it? Like right now, just let's take Franktown. There's zero.
Right.
So who would come in and spend all the money to erect 30% of whatever?
They wouldn't do it in Franktown. They do it in Denver or Boulder or Centennial. That's what they're...
I don't even...
It's insane.
It's crazy. I don't even know what good it does. What is it supposed to achieve?
It's supposed to achieve more affordable housing in areas that...
but they're all rentals, right?
Well, condominium townhouses aren't.
Well, that's true. So they're saying 30% of, let's just take Denver. 30% of Denver needs to be low-cost housing.
Well, it doesn't have to be low cost. They could put an expensive duplex or an expensive fourplex in areas that were otherwise zoned for single-family housing.
That's so weird.
I agree. It's a ridiculous bill.
I think what it does is it's going to make home ownership even more money.
It's not going to pass.
I just don't even know how you would enforce it.
Well, what you would do, if you were a builder and you thought you could make some money on it, you would get a building permit in a certain area, and they'd have to give it to you if you thought you could make money on it.
Like Denver, a lot of times, if a developer comes in, they'll make you do low-cost housing along with your other shit.
Right, right.
So it's like they almost already do that in most places.
They want to do it more. Look at this. These kids running, just a group of teenagers.
They're running amok.
Look at that. And there's one distinguishing feature. Look at that, they're just running rampant.
Yeah.
I'll bet you none of those kids belong to the NRA.
What's that?
I'll bet they don't belong to the NRA.
They're just, they're stupid kids, man. It's just amazing the police let them do it. That's.
Yep.
I don't really fault the kids.
Oh, I do.
Well, I do too to a degree, but.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Garage Kings brings you this hour. Garage Kings, the best floor coverings. Get them done while the weather's great. The lowest prices guaranteed and no money down. And the finish is guaranteed for life. You don't do better than that. Let me give you a phone number, 720-252-0370. Now, Mark?
They did our house. Garage Kings did it probably 3-4 years ago. Here's what I love. You've got these kind of floors.
I've seen your floors, but mine are not as good. I didn't have them do it when I didn't know them at the time.
So probably once every 4 months, I take the power washer out.
Yeah.
And my floors look brand new.
No, I know. And Mark, mine, I didn't have a bad job done, but it wasn't anything like that. And my hanger.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I had that done years
Wow.
ago. Okay, blistering in a few areas. That pisses me off. Now, why would it blister?
I have no idea. I haven't had any issues.
Yeah. So anyway, folks, you want to talk about problems, questions, complaints, things that you love, things that you hate. By the way, office space vacancies, commercial space at an all-time high. There's only one way to solve the problem. People are never going to come back to work in the numbers they've had in the past. Never. It's just a fact. The world has changed in a good way. I mean, I think, first of all, it's better for the environment. It's better for emissions. It's better. It saves money. Many times people can work and not have child care, or maybe just have someone babysit while they're at home. But I think this new shift is a good thing, by the way. I think Zoom meetings are wonderful. I like it all. I like it all. But what do you do with all the office space? I say there's only one thing you can do. Turn them into grows. You could do that with, I'm just joking, you can do that with warehouses, but man.
How about department stores?
Oh my goodness, a lot of department stores are closing. In fact, Mark, there's a list of retailers in big trouble. Here's the top 10 in trouble. Party City. Why do you think Party City? You would think that
I've never
would be...
been to a Party City.
Yeah, I've not. I think once or twice, but why would that be in trouble? Anyway, let me talk.
Because people are staying home, they're not going to parties.
What?
Right?
I don't know. I'll finish this. Doug, you callers take priority, 303-713-TALK. You have a question on condos. Go ahead. What's happening, Doug?
I live in a 1970 condo building here in Denver.
Yeah.
I'm going to. With everything that's going on in this city, I'm selling. I'm moving to Arizona. I'm done with this town.
Wow.
But I have a built-in blower motor in the unit. It's centralized heat, centralized cooling.
When you say centralized, Doug, I need to get the picture. Do you mean centralized to the building or centralized in your unit?
To the building.
So how do you pay for your heating and air then?
I'm only paying the electricity for the blower motor itself. The heating and cooling is part of the HOA.
Okay, got it. And do you know that, but does your HOA is the same as somebody with a bigger or smaller unit?
You mean the fee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fee varies by the size, whether you're a one-bed or a two-bed.
I got it.
Right.
That's fair. Okay, so what's your question?
My blower motor quit very suddenly last week. And I talked to the guy in the office yesterday. He doesn't have a good recommendation for who to call because the unit's so old, and the parts are apparently not readily available.
You have to get a new blower unit, just a whole new one. And let me ask you this: is this in an air box that resembles a furnace or an air conditioner, or is this standalone?
No, it's they boxed off a corner in the dining room. It's got a squirrel cage inside with a shield unit on it, and a big intake grill and two small outflow grills, one on the living room side, one on the bedroom
And does
side.
it blow air out or does it pull air in?
Oh, it does both.
Well,
it has some intake, but it also primarily just blows air out into the condo.
When you say it does both, the blower doesn't do both. It does one or the other.
No. There's an intake unit on the lower half of
you
the
got two of
door,
them. You have two of them.
and a vent on the upper half. Right?
Got it.
My control doesn't control temperature at all. It controls the blower motor, low, medium, high, and then you can turn the heat up a little bit or down a little bit.
Okay.
But it's not any more sophisticated than that.
Does it work when it is working? Does it work pretty well?
No. I used 3 space heaters this past winter, not to freeze to death. So I figured I'd get by until the spring. I've got to fix this if I'm going to put this on the market.
Yeah, but when it was 5 years ago, did it work good? Just out of curiosity.
I've only been here since December.
Can I give you some names? I mean, I would call.
There's 2 places on the referral list, and I wanted to know.
Well, we got a lot of places on the referral list, but I'll tell you, you can call Fix It 24/7, Plumbline Services, or 888heating.com. They're all good, but I would tell them on the phone up front. It's just a blower unit in in a condo that needs, and you know that the blower motor needs replacing. They're not going to be able to probably fix it if it's an older motor, but those motors do not vary all that much. If you have to replace everything, they should be able to marry something or come up with something. It's now I'm going to warn you, a lot of these places, and there's nothing, it's not a slam on them. They're either remove and replace or fix, but not necessarily adapt too well. Like if it's going to take a lot of customization, I am not sure they can do it, but I would call these guys before anyone else. Do you have a pen?
Yeah, I got it. I looked at referral list.
Okay. 888heating.com is 303-770-2776. And they'll tell you on the phone what they can do, or you can go to Fix It 24/7, fixmyhome.com.
I got one.
720-526-3939. And then Plumbline Services is 303-586-1086.
Yeah. I think Plumline's not going to come out. I don't know
You
if
don't
Fix
think so?
It will. No, they won't go to, that's a commercial building. They won't do them.
Oh, okay.
J&M, try them, or I'm sorry, JM Heating and Air. They're on the referral list too, just JM. It's a smaller company, and I happen to know the owner. He's kind of one of these guys that...
So he'll figure things out.
If he can't find it, he's probably going to be able to figure out how to make it work. How's that?
I hope so. That's what I was trying.
And let us know how that goes, because we would love to. We really would love to find out what's going on with it.
Okay.
That's an odd one. I've never heard of a unit I've never heard of a system like this.
So the one.
Do you usually run hot or cold or in between or never the right? Well, how does it work?
Doesn't.
I keep it. It doesn't blow very strongly out of the vents when it's on high. So I just keep it running 24/7 and use space heaters to supplement.
Oh,
and
my
electric bill's never been over $120 for a month. So, and I have no gas bill and no water bill.
That's true.
And
I mean, that's not bad. So all of your fees in a month, your HOA and then your electric and whatever, how much not the mortgage, but your fees, what do they come to?
About $450 a month with the insurance.
Wow.
And I don't have a mortgage. This is paid for. I bought this.
No, I get it. I get it. $450 a month. And how many square feet is it?
About 700.
And what are you selling it for?
Well, I just put in new stone for the kitchens and the bathrooms, new floors, and had it completely painted. I'm gonna, let's say I got into this last fall for $184. because I managed to steal it from a guy that wanted to get out of here.
You did steal it.
I can probably get 210.
I want to give you a piece of advice, man. I'm not kidding. It's 100% free. Call up Frank Duran. He will come out. No gimmicks, no nothing, man. Nothing. And he's going to tell you exactly what that thing's worth, man.
No, he will. It's a free and when we say free, it really, honest to God, no strings
no pressure,
attached.
Nothing.
And it'll be detailed down to your unit and comparables and other buildings like it, and you will love them. And who knows, you may use them to list, but there is no obligation. Frank Duran is 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Hey, listen. Go ahead.
You still have Rocky's Autos on the referral list?
Yeah, he's on the referral list, Frank Duran, for sure. Yeah, one of the original members.
Oh, Rocky's Autos is still on the referral
They're
list.
still up?
Mark, come on.
That would be my bad.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm looking right now. I don't know.
My God, they shouldn't be unless you did a Google and it shows them on there. Sometimes Google will say that, but they're not on there.
No, I could have simply not pulled them.
God, that, and Dave Rothrock, the founder, died. Dave overall was a really good guy. He had a hard life. He really did. His
Oh, God. Some of the stories I heard, his kids.
Yeah.
Drugs. Didn't one commit suicide?
His wife battled cancer, and then one of the kids committed suicide on Father's Day. Another kid went to went to Phoenix and had a shootout with police. And
I'm sorry, man. I don't find him on here anywhere.
Yeah, I think you're looking at Google, which has an old indexed page.
Look at the whole. Well, it could be. I'm not sure how I got
Oh, I know what he might be saying. I pulled the listing. I might have accidentally not pulled the banner because they had a banner attached to theirs.
So listen, thanks for calling. Let us know how it goes. They're all good companies on the referral list. We love referring them, of course. Get your calls in if you have a problem, question, or complaint. Don't let grass grow on problems. You need to get help. 303-713-8255.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-334-2266. That's 800-334-2266. 800-334-2266.
Approval Reverse Mortgage, still doing reverse loans. People that we know and love. They do such a great job. I've known Joan Sullivan for many, many years. A reverse loan right now, even though rates are higher, you can still borrow. And sometimes it's just enough to get that payment out of the way so you don't have a mortgage payment. And you can stay there the rest of your life no matter what home values do and no matter what interest rates do. Give them a call to find out more. 303-771-3528. Still helping a lot of people. ApprovalReverse.com, 771-3528. And you know who else is helping a lot of people? Sheridan Auto Tech. I can't say enough good things about Sheridan Auto Tech. First of all, I'm glad to tell you that they do pre-purchase exams for used cars, and that's important because the mobile services we know went out of business. They also do electrical issues, electrical problems, because they absorbed and bought Lakewood Electric. And here's another thing. They also do regular repairs and maintenance, even what your dealer does. You don't have to go to a dealer to keep your warranty alive. Now, if it's a warranted item, that's different. But Sheridan Auto Tech will do good honest service, way less than a dealer. SheridanAutoTech.com on Colfax, just west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242, 303-455-7242. Now, what is a property catastrophe? Raise your hand if you know. A fire, a flood, a broken pipe. If you discover asbestos, mold. You could have any number of things go wrong in your property. Unattended death, crime, whatever. Call American Restoration 24/7 and never let your insurance company pick the company. They'll pick the quick and dirty companies. Plus, the entire industry is riddled with liars, cheats, and ripoffs. American Restoration 24/7 is one of the best I know, with all the EPA certifications and the professional training, insurance, and bonding to get the job done right. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. Or online, amrest247.com. There's something so strange. This mouse hesitates when I go over to the next monitor, as if it's running into a border, and it's not. It's all virtual, so it's so stupid. It's like, it's amazing how that happens. It kind of gets stuck sometimes, right there.
It's weird.
I know it is. And it gets stuck right at the border. And the monitors are set up side by side.
Maybe it's quantum entanglement.
Yeah. Have you ever experienced shit like that?
No, because I only use one monitor at a time. I'm not sophisticated enough to use two. Did you watch the Avs last? Oh, you were traveling yesterday.
No, I
Did you watch
wasn't.
the Avs at night?
No. Did they win?
No, they lost.
What was the score?
2-1.
What's that? No, here's what I said. Look at this. Sometimes when I move the mouse, it gets stuck right there.
Yes. That's been going on. Dom knows about it. We've already put a trouble ticket in.
Okay, it's weird. So I'm not the only one going crazy.
No, I've been on YouTube. They have the some of the questioning by the Senate of these judicial nominees, and for other government employees at high levels, they never answer a freaking question. I don't even know why they have the hearings, because they obfuscate and they don't answer, and they wiggle out of answering anything that's substantial. You ever watch it sometime? It's a
Boy, can you believe this? They dropped, Tesla just dropped today the Model 3 and Y again.
They dropped it? The price?
6%.
What is the price right now on a Model 3?
I have no idea.
I am fucking pissed, man. I am really fucking pissed.
Well, they're doing it for market share, but yeah, I mean, I get it.
Yeah, it just sucks. Fucking assholes.
$39,900 for the Model 3 rear wheel.
How much?
Rear wheel, $39,000. The Model 3 performance version.
That's what I have.
That's $52,000.
Oh, okay.
VisionWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, I was talking about retailers in trouble. And by the way, callers take precedent. If you have a call, some days we have slam lines, some days they come in as they come in. 303-713-TALK. By the way, you can also call 303-MARTINO, and you can call 24/7. And what happens is you leave a message, and we will get back to you. And you can come on the show so you don't have to wait. And that's 303-627-8466 or 303-MARTINO. Okay. Party City. The stock is down 90%. I don't think we should invest in it. Anyway, Party City. For some reason, people have stopped going to Party City. Bed Bath & Beyond, I don't know why, but it's been in trouble for years now.
Yeah, their stock's like 42 cents.
Why is it so bad? It's
because you can go to Walmart and buy anything that they have for less.
And do you know the nickname for Bed Bath & Beyond? Bed Bath & Behind? Have you ever heard that?
No.
Anyway, the next one, and this is maybe a little surprising, Joanne. You know, the one that I thought they were like a Hobby Lobby, but they're not. They're more for sewing and fabrics.
Never heard of it.
Joanne? It was big in the sewing world. But it is also has a craft part of it, so it would be like a Hobby Lobby. And what's the other name? There's a Hobby Lobby, and then there's another one that does
Michaels.
Yes, that's what Joanne would be in that category. They're in trouble. Tuesday Morning. Now that's a store I could never figure out, Mark.
Never heard of it.
It looks like a rummage sale. There is not a store that looks like
clothing.
No.
You mean like Sanford and Son rummage?
No, not that bad. But it looks used and walked over. I don't know. It's not. They have throw pillows, and it's like a poor man's Pier 1 Imports or something. They have everything in there like house goods, right? But that's one of their problems. They could never define themselves as to what they do. They don't have a clear category. Like we would find a few throw pillows once in a while, an end table, things like that. And
sounds like a Big Lots.
You can have pitchers and glasses and some cheap dishes maybe. I don't know. It's just weird. That's the problem when you can't describe it. Bob. Have you ever called before, Bob?
Nope.
The reason I say this. All American Transmissions, he's on the Sleaze Brigade at sleazebrigade.com, SLEAZE, sleazebrigade.com.
Yeah, that's where I am. I'm on that page. That's where I found him.
And you have a problem with him. What happened?
Well, he rebuilt a transmission for my 57 Chevy. And
he's not there anymore. He disappeared, right?
Yes.
And he's gone. And by the way, it doesn't matter because he wouldn't have stood by his warranty anyway. But tell me when he did it.
March of last year.
How did you come to go to him and not find out how bad he was?
I don't remember. Somebody told me about him. Transmissions for $1,200.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because he never does them. He does them for $1,200 because he never does them.
And then then your car suddenly gets stolen.
What's that, sir?
That one, but then I burned the car, so I took the transmission back, and he was going to build me a $700 R4.
Wait a minute, you burned the car, so he did do you a transmission for $1,200.
Yes.
And did it work?
I don't know because I took it back without using it.
Why did you take it back? The car was literally burned like in a fire?
Yes.
Okay. And then you took it back to him for what reason?
Pardon?
What reason did you take it back?
Because I didn't need it. I needed a different style for a different car.
Okay. Well, hold on. When you took it back, was it with the understanding that you had to give him that transmission plus money, or how was it going to work?
No. Well, yes. He wanted another $300, and he would build me this other transmission.
And did you give him the other $300?
No. Then the price went up to $500, and he still never built it, and kept giving me all kinds of BS
Okay,
stories.
So you never gave him money; you just gave him your old transmission.
Well, I gave him the $1,200 for the first transmission.
Right, I got that one. Yeah, you gave him $1,200 for the first one. Okay.
Right.
Okay, but then you took it back to exchange it. Did he keep that one? Did you ever get that one back? Did you ever get anything back?
No, he sold it. He sold it.
Oh, my God.
He sold it to have the money to buy the one that he was going to build for me.
So you never got what was
promised. And
now
you realized he's nowhere to be found anywhere, right?
Right.
You know what?
It's a hell of a business model.
This guy was the lousiest, cheatingest. I'm glad he's out of business. And I hear he's on the run.
I am too, but
I know. I'm sorry for you because you lost $1,200.
We got people that lost their vehicles.
Oh yeah,
this guy's a bad
deal. I was reading the articles.
Isn't it terrible?
I was reading the articles.
It's terrible, man. It really is.
Yes, it is. Well, I was just wondering if anybody knew where he was.
I hope. You know what? That's a good point. If anybody knows where Jeff Jolliffe is, a big, fat, bearded creep, we would love to know where he is, and the cops would love to know where he is, and people would love to know where he is. You know what I'm shocked about, Bob? I am shocked that he remained in business as long as he did.
Well, yeah, me too. After reading all the stuff you have on your page about him, well, I'm surprised. You know, I've been a mechanic all my life. And the first thing my dad ever taught me working in the gas station was, if I ever catch you in any way, shape, form, or fashion screwing a customer, I'm going to cut your balls off.
Yep.
I like it.
Yep. And you know what?
To this day,
And I bet you
my
still got
son
your
and I
balls.
both-
I think that's a good
Right.
philosophy. That's
and
right.
My son grew up with me, working with me, and he has the same philosophy I do.
What kind of work do you
Nobody
do?
is going to get, and it just pisses me no
What
end.
kind of work do you do?
I'm retired now, but I do engine repair and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Didn't you get a
Just general
creepy feeling from...
mechanic.
seriously, I want to ask you this seriously. Didn't you get a creepy feeling from this Jolliffe?
Well, I didn't actually deal with him at first. I was working with the other guy that was in there, the guy that was building the transmissions.
And what was his name?
He was a little flaky too, but when he showed me the core transmission and he said, "We can have it built for you in 3 days." And
Hey, do you have any
said,
do you have
"Okay."
any phone numbers that still work?
No,
Okay.
the only one I have is that 432.
Did you drive over there and find it vacant?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, I have to take some credit for that, and I mean that. He needed to be out of business, and I'm really sorry you got burned, but you would have gotten burned anyway.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Starting to see our normal midday slowdowns throughout the Denver metro. I-25 northbound looking at speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Spear Boulevard. Up on the northeast end of town, I-270 westbound regular slowdowns approaching Vasquez. I-70 east and westbound continue to flow free from the foothills to DIA and back again. One incident on the south end of town, Hampton Avenue. We've got an accident reported affecting both north and southbound traffic at South Gilpin Street. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, starting to see some clouds roll in. Highs in the upper 50s, but we are looking at scattered showers later today with an overnight low of 29. The current temperature in Denver is 59 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
He was the last king of America, and maybe not as bad as we make him out to be. We'll have the story of George III. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, if you're looking for window coverings, shades, blinds, shutters, any kind of curtains or drapes, soft goods, hard goods, high-tech, low-tech, Made in the Shade is the window covering place we recommend. Made in the Shade. And you can find them at referralist.com, or you can call them directly, and here's what you'll get: a free estimate with measurements, free, and then a design consultant to help you buy the right stuff. And then when you buy it and it's delivered, you'll get all the manufacturer's warranties, plus their in-house crew will install it, and they guarantee the installation, all for better pricing you can do for yourself. 720-458-6566, 720-458-6566. Now, very seldom can you get any kind of an investment account that has written guarantees. You can get them from Joe and Jordan Chiano. BecomeTheBanker.org. Written guarantees never to lose a dime. Written guarantees not to lose any of your gain. Written guarantees to have income for life. Find out more. 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600. BecomeTheBanker.org.
Hey, look, Susie's on the news. How much time? Who's on the news? It looked just like her. That was a doppelganger.
Oh.
Wait, don't. Sorry, don't. I got to drop my pen.
This is the most outrageous.
What?
This is literally the most outrageous fucking bill I've ever seen.
Oh. Is it 22 pages?
I don't even know, but I'm looking just at the one line, data. $3,770 for 1 month.
Wow.
I don't even know. They must be trying to win an award. This is absolutely the craziest shit I've ever seen. I can't believe this. This is beyond anything. Kelly, do you got our info for Verizon, the Angel?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Here's what I want. Hold on one sec. I want you to send this over to her, okay?
Okay.
And say, we would like to open the show up talking about this every day for the rest of our lives.
Who?
If you guys can't handle this.
Who is this?
This Verizon. I have never seen anything like it, man. 1 month.
We got to talk about it.
1 month, $3,900 just in data. Just in data. Never heard of anything like it. Ever.
I wouldn't pay it either.
I definitely wouldn't pay it. They need to fix this, though. I think a judge would laugh this out. They're a family. I mean, the guy doesn't own the Empire State Building or Trump Tower. Who hoodwinked him into this? I mean, who got him to... Who sold him this package?
I have a feeling they're resellers and not Verizon. The people he talked to.
Well, Verizon's looking for the dough.
But Verizon did not talk to him on the Zoom, I'll guarantee it. We got to get to the bottom of this.
Wouldn't you like to see the contract he signed, Tom?
I have never seen anything like this.
Right?
Okay, I have...
That's where he has it.
He
has the bill.
We got to build the contract.
We don't care about
I don't even care about
but that would tell us if it was from Verizon or a reseller.
It's also, like if an old lady bought a Toyota Corolla for $140,000, and I could see the bill. I get.
Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I want to go back to Bob. We will talk about this, by the way, Verizon problem. You people won't believe it. We did see the bill, but just hold on for a sec. Bob, so
yes.
I hate saying this, but what do? There's nothing we can do about it. A lying, cheating crook that took off in the middle of the night.
Well, now we need to figure out how to find him.
I would like to do that.
Well, we couldn't find any of the stolen cars.
You know, Bob, it is amazing to me what this guy got away with. What a crook.
Yeah, no doubt.
You remember when he came on the show once? He did come on the show. Remember?
He said he was, I'm getting him mixed up with 44th Auto, who told us he had cancer.
But the two worst people in the auto business there are three of them. I don't know if you remember the third one, but 44th Auto, what was that guy's name?
44th, Jim Weasel.
Jim something.
I called him Weasel. Okay. I don't remember his real name.
You know what?
Yeah.
But that's on referral list. We can find it. Now, excuse me, Sleaze Brigade. Why do I keep saying that? Sleaze Brigade. And then here's the deal. Because Sleaze Brigade, hold on. This guy, 44th Auto, the next one was All American Transmissions. Then there was another one. His name was Sharif. And it was All American 4x4.
On Santa Fe, right?
Yes, Mark. Oh, my God, this guy was the worst. I mean, they're all the worst, right? Okay. So there's All American Transmissions, the worst place ever. Oh, my God, look at him. He looks like a gangster. And we have Jim Weiss. You're right, Mark. It was a Jim Weiss, right? Jim Weiss.
Right.
Yeah, he was incredible, man. I mean, this guy, you would drop your car off to get like an engine put in. You would give him $5,000 up front or whatever he asked for.
He closed his doors and moved his operation.
He literally wouldn't touch your car for 6 months to a year. Then he'd call you up saying you owe him more money. Now, remember, he hasn't done anything, but now it's storage fees that he owes you. So if you want to come get your car in the same condition, you can pay him another $2,000, or he's going to keep it.
Then he said, I'll tell you what, we'll settle. You give me $2,000, you can have your car back. He gives it back in a basket. And people thank him for it. That's what a scumbag he was. That's Jim Weiss. But, man, it's amazing to me how many people, and if you do a search, you will find some bad people in the auto business. And
I'm sure.
But I'm glad you taught your kid the right way. Is he still in the auto business?
Well, I can say for sure, Jim and Jeff would not have balls anymore if they worked for his dad.
Right. Now, are you is your son, what business is your son in that you taught him?
He actually works for the city of Denver, but he does mechanical on the side, too.
Okay. Good to hear that. Good to hear that he's learned the right way. Okay, check your text, Mark. Did you or is that somebody said just check your text here? That was Kachina Kalori wants you to check it. Now we're going to talk about this message stuff. We got to talk about it. So he calls the show and he says, I have a $10,000 data bill. We thought he was crazy. He says it was from November. And I said, what the hell do you mean from November? And he said, but it was only for 2 months. He said he bought a modem, a 5G modem from Verizon, and it was going to cost $139 a month for data. And he thought, okay, there's my internet access. Then he starts getting emails that he's going over the limit and he's being billed. So he called them and they said, oh, well, you have the wrong plan or whatever. And after 2 months of this, he stopped it. His bill got up to $10,000. Was he exaggerating, Mark? Not at all.
Well, I just pulled up the only one I looked at, which I believe is his very first month. And the total bill for the very first month is $4,672. I want to make sure, okay, there was a previous balance of $681. And I think that's for equipment.
His data was $3,900 on this bill I'm looking for November through December.
That is the part that's mind-blowing. His bill just for data, forget about everything else on the bill.
His previous month was $4,800, so both of them.
It is crazy, man. I have never seen, it's $3,770. Now, I'll break it down. It says gigabyte usage, data, allowance is $300. He used 2,182, which leaves a billable of 1,862.
But October through, I see the October bill through November, and November through December, truly, he's got like 10 grand. 10 grand in bills.
Just for data.
Right, just for data.
About $4,000 just for data on each bill.
Now, what I want to know, though, is did he deal on this plan? Did he deal with Verizon? Or was this some independent screw job?
I think it's independent.
The bill is Verizon.
But it doesn't matter. Verizon needs to make this right. I mean, they're the ones billing him. He owes this to Verizon.
So that's why we got to get him back on, and we got to figure out, did he really deal with Verizon?
So
do you know one reason I didn't think he dealt with Verizon? Here's one reason, and we have to take a break. One of the main reasons I think he didn't deal with Verizon is because he said he did a Zoom call with a woman and her supervisor. Verizon has never done a Zoom call with a customer that I can think of in my, well, they didn't have it 40 years ago, but in all of my years, they would never do that. By the way, Renew Home Innovations will get you a beautiful shower. You know, we talked to an older woman yesterday. I referred to them. And here's the deal. She wanted to get rid of that old shower tub. She didn't want to walk up over it and get inside that shower. You know, the kind with either those foggy glass doors or curtains. He does a rectangle shower that is just beautiful. No curb to walk over. It's smooth. You can use a walker or a wheelchair or just able-bodied. Doesn't matter. It's a beautiful shower, custom-made to your movements. He can do it in 2 or 3 days. You have 72 months to pay with no interest. And there's no maintenance in these things. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Commuters can expect a typical drive through the center of the Denver Metro for the noon hour. I-25 northbound looking at speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Spear Boulevard. Just west of there, 6th Avenue eastbound, regular slowdowns on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Heading northeast to Commerce City, I-270 westbound looking at usual slowdowns approaching Vasquez. West of there, I-70 westbound looking at some new slowdowns between I-25 and Pecos. No word of an accident. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. We're starting to see those clouds roll in with scattered showers later today. High of 58 degrees, overnight low of 29. The current temperature is 58 degrees with your Impact Traffic and Weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. The FBI's targeting Catholics. NBA coaches are attacking the Second Amendment, and Bud Light is going woke.
Find out about all of this and more on Verdict with Ted Cruz.
Download it now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, if you're injured in an accident, just check with John Fuller. Now, I know that you're being bombarded with commercials, especially on TV, and they brag about how big and bad they are and how many offices they have. Remember, the bigger they are, the smaller you are. You're just a number. Don't be a number. With John Fuller, you won't be. You will be an individual. He'll give you a cell phone number. He'll talk to you. If you hire him, you get a cell phone number. He will go over everything first, free of charge, no obligation. If you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, never out-of-pocket money. And as he described on the show, he negotiates expenses, especially the medical bills, so you net more money. He did it with Mark. They actually netted, I forget how much more, but more money. How much more money?
$30,000.
$30,000 more because he negotiated that. And he doesn't, and here's the deal. He doesn't ignore you. He doesn't just make a fast settlement so he can brag about it. He doesn't work just the big cases. He works every case that comes to him. That is his pledge. Fuller Law, that's Fuller, Fuller Law, myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500. Now, another attorney I highly recommend, Harris Family Law. Now, tonight they're going to have a live webinar. They have them every Wednesday. You can find out more if you go to their website, plus find out or watch all of the old webinars at your leisure. And that's harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. Why would you do a webinar? I'm going to tell you why. Because a webinar tells you about a particular topic in detail, and it might be a topic you need. You can scroll through the topics and get the one you want, or call them ever if you need help, 303-515-5000. harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars. Do you need a price on a kitchen counter? I always love the fact that you can call the Art of Granite and say, hey, Mitch, I got this counter. It's, it's 4x8 or 4x10, and it's got, I also have a right angle, and I have this, and I have that, and I want granite, or I want marble, maybe I want something else, whatever it is. He does solid stone, marble, he does man-made materials. Whatever it is, he'll give you a price on the phone, and whatever it is, you buy the materials at wholesale. He tears out and hauls away free. He does the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. So here it is. You can get a price on the phone right now, theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919.
Facing a job loss? Considering a...
Hey, Kelly, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you call Suzanne on that?
Yeah, I'm waiting for her text back.
They made an announcement that...
I'm sorry, say it again?
That they were basically,
I just
if you
got
wanted
it.
to be a woman... The new rules, which will take effect this winter...
Is it someone we've dealt with before? I bet it is.
...have to be below a certain level.
Frazee emailed nicely, but it's the most outrageous thing we've seen ever.
Of course they do.
God bless. I like the breakdown of his bill. So his monthly charge is $410, and then his data is $3,900. What would you do? I definitely wouldn't pay it. I could care less about paying it.
Is he host too?
What's that?
Mark? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Suzanne is looking at the picture right now to figure out which one I should call.
Oh, good.
But Hayes is back on, as you guys can see.
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah.
He's just rambling. I don't even understand what the fuck he's saying.
How can they hear me if I'm not on? Oh. Huh. Don't put me on phone.
He can't serve another 4 years. That's a joke.
I know, but it's like,
And he's not even done with this term.
I'd rather.
He's only halfway through.
This is just insane, man.
I hope some good candidates come forward on both sides.
Well,
I'm done with these same.
RFK may be a reasonable candidate. I think he's.
I thought before when you asked that, Doc, I thought you were talking about JFK.
Yeah.
They're labeling.
I didn't
RFK.
hear RFK.
That's Robert Kennedy's son. They're
I know.
They're labeling him as a nut. The left.
Oh,
Because
that's good.
He was an anti-vaxxer.
Oh, gee. You would think after everything we know now, that would be a good thing.
They're still advertising it. Get your booster.
Right.
The only shot in the world that, it doesn't prevent it. It doesn't stop the spread of it. Now, I guess arguably they say...
It ameliorates the symptoms.
That's what they say.
Yeah, but even that... Do you know that most patients...
had no symptoms.
It stands to reason most patients they're seeing in the hospital right now have been vaccinated.
It almost seemed to spread faster.
I know.
There's a great on YouTube, Tom. If you look at just Google mixed 4x400, this woman who was way out in front had about literally 50 to 75 meter, lead. He eclipsed her, and he had a 50 meter lead. The difference between it's like she's standing still. It was unbelievable the difference in biology between male and female athletes.
Oh.
There's no question.
I thought you were talking about a car race for some reason.
No. And then even Serena, when she was on Letterman, she said, I don't want to play Andy Murray.
Denver's talk station, 630 KO.
With a special black and gold pregame show from Folsom Field at noon on KOA, 850 AM, 94.1 FM, and the iHeartRadio app.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We continue to be mystified by this Verizon bill. In fact, we thought Hayes was BSing us a little. We did. And Hayes called and said, I have a $10,000 data bill for 2 months of Verizon, their hotspot. And I said, impossible. Now, there's only one possible explanation I could have for this. Only one. Because I can't believe anyone would take their 5G service for home. Anyone. In fact, anyone listening, if you've taken the 5G service, let us know how you afford it. Because his is averaging about $4,800, $4,900 a month. Now, Hayes, is it possible that the people you dealt with to buy that unit and the contract you signed was not Verizon?
No, I was in a Verizon location.
That doesn't mean anything. There are Verizon-owned stores, and then there are Verizon stores that...
But even the ones that aren't owned by Verizon, I think they can only sell Verizon plans. They can't, make their own plan up.
I don't know. I mean, what I want to know is you said you were on a Zoom call with Verizon. I've never heard of Verizon doing a Zoom call.
Yeah, we did that on the 28th of November.
Do you have the name? Okay, was that with the store itself?
No, that's with the emails that I sent you.
Yeah.
You'll have Alexandria Fuller was my...
Have you ever gone back to the store? Have you ever gone back to the store?
Yes. Matter of fact, I was just there on the 17th.
What did they say?
Monday.
What did they say about this bill?
Well, he said that this guy that was there, which is the manager, Derek, he's actually been very helpful. But who's been handling the whole bill is their business services department. And that's where sort of the conflict is. All this problem could have been solved by this Alexandria Fuller. She's the one that was my rep at the Verizon Business Services. Because I tried to return it 2 weeks. I was talking to her a week after I had it, and I tried to return it 2 weeks after I had it by email and by phone.
But who's the moron at the store that put you on this plan? That's what I want to know.
Well, and I've been, since this has been going on, I've been debating. Did he tell me it was unlimited? Did I just assume that,
here's what I want to know.
It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter. How can Verizon charge $3 a megabyte?
They're charging you $39.30 in data for 1 month.
I mean, who would buy that ever?
Nobody.
What do your phones cost you?
So I want to go back to the question I asked. So I agree he might have fat-fingered it at the store, but who's the moron that either screwed you on purpose or fat-fingered it? What's his name?
What do you mean by fat finger?
Well,
maybe he hit the wrong button. I'm trying to give the guy a benefit of the doubt.
But why would the data be that expensive?
Why would they have any plan where the data would be that expensive?
That's what I'm getting at. Who in Verizon buys data like that? Who?
God, maybe nobody.
We need to call that person at Verizon.
You and I have looked at. Let's go back to CenturyLink, AT&T. You name it. We have looked at a million bills. I have never in my life seen anything like this.
Never. Did they tell you? Hold on. Did they give you an explanation as to why it's so expensive?
No, and they've offered me an $8,010 credit, which I have a reference number for, and they haven't even explained what that's supposed to be.
Well, who cares? I mean, that's just a goodwill adjustment. Who cares?
Well, wait a minute. How much is the credit?
No, they claim it's legitimate charges. They say it's legitimate.
How much is the credit they're willing to give you?
$3 a megabyte.
Dude, how much is the credit?
They're willing to give me $8,010.
Okay, Tom, follow me here. If we look at just the data, I'm not going to talk about the price for the equipment, the phones, whatever else. If we look at just the data from what he sent us, it's around $8,000.
So they're going to give them all the data.
If they're giving you an $8,000 credit, I don't understand what the issue is.
Yeah, they're giving you, hold on, because it looks like they're refunding all of the data. It looks like it. So tell us
why you care if you get a breakdown. I do not know.
We're looking at it. Hold on.
Need to sell your home on your schedule?
What are the other costs, though? Equipment and stuff?
So let me look here. Let's see here. Well, late fees, which I assume they're getting rid of.
IBD?
Monthly charges.
I'll be damned?
No, IBD.
I'll be damned.
IBD. I be damned.
It's a medical condition.
Right.
Oh, irritable bowel syndrome?
You're thinking of IBS.
No,
That's
but this
IBS.
says IBD. Medical marijuana is helping IBD.
Oh. No, look.
Inflammatory bowel disease.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
IBS, basically. It's helping?
Yeah.
Well, marijuana apparently helps everything. Yeah, okay. So they're willing. Here's the deal, man.
They're going to refund the data.
They're going to refund, and the rest of it, all it does is say monthly charges $419, which I assume are for phones or lines, maybe 4 phones. Dragon, what the hell do you got cooking, man?
Not a damn thing.
Not a damn thing.
Yeah.
Not a damn thing. Someone's saying American Engine. I don't remember American Engine.
Me,
For bad.
I don't remember hearing it either.
I don't remember. I mean, it could be very old. That one on Santa Fe's going way back. Who was the one that sold the? They had the Cadillac listed for $9,000 or something in the paper, and then they sold it to an old woman for $30,000. I think that was Massey, wasn't it? Did Massey sell that Cadillac?
Don Massey, right?
I don't remember.
Rick Massey. No, Don Massey.
They got caught with their pants down on that one. Hmm.
$15 seconds, guys.
K-How. And you could win $5,000 now by listening to 630 K-How on the free iHeartRadio app.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. WaterPros.net for the best drinking water at your kitchen sink, under $1,000 fully installed. You can also go to paulthewaterman.com and get yourself all the drinking water. Never buy bottled water. It'll pay for itself. 303-862-5554. So let's talk. I was giving you a list, and we'll go back to this Verizon problem in a second here. I was giving you I want to know if anybody has tried that 5G product and what their the 5G modem or 5G hotspot and what their bills were. There must be someone listening that has tried that 5G. I'm not talking about turning your phone into a hotspot, but using an actual hotspot that they call a 5G hotspot. Now, we talked about retailers in trouble, and to be quick, it's Party City was one, Bed Bath & Beyond, Joann, Tuesday Morning. The next one, they say, will be out of business probably this year or next, AMC, the big movie chain. Movies have suffered dramatically. Dramatically.
And that affects everybody as far as Hollywood goes, if you think about that.
Yeah, but they're still, streaming movies.
Well, of course, but they're not going to have these budgets like that, are they?
I don't know, because to watch a fresh release movie, it costs you $19 at home. That's way cheaper than going to the theater if there's 3 or 4 of you watching.
I like the big screen, though, don't you?
I do. I like movies. It depends on the theater. Some of them are kind of sketch. Dollar General, they're really, really cutting back on stores. Mattress Firm, because the mattress technologies are such that they can ship them now.
Well, not only that.
Because they can condense them.
Where's the last place you bought a mattress?
Let's see. I bought the Air thing.
So, Sleep Number?
I have a Sleep Number. I also have a gel.
The last 3 mattresses we bought, one was a Sealy, one was the really high-end Sealy, like Foster's
Where'd
and
you
something.
Buy it, though?
Costco.
Oh.
Bring it right to my front door. Half the price of some of those mattress companies.
Rite Aid is in trouble. Why is Rite Aid in trouble? Because they're not getting the prescription business. What were you going to say?
I'd say the last mattress I bought was at AFW.
American Furniture Warehouse.
Hey, do you remember, real quick on mattresses, have you ever been driving just down the road and there's like high schoolers selling mattresses?
Never.
I've seen it in Douglas County like 3 times now.
Come on.
They're selling them for school. I kid you not.
Oh, come on,
like
really?
Girl Scout cookies, but mattresses.
For school?
For school.
The Gap is in trouble. Why is that?
Because you can buy Levi's at Sam's Club and Costco. You see a theme?
Kohl's. That's another store that I always found confusing. Not as big as a Target, not as small as a convenience store, but there's something...
You got to be a genius to shop there, because you got to know how many points and what's going on and how to get the coupons and how to do this or that, or else you overpay.
Anyway, those are the top 10 bad retailers in trouble. I shouldn't say bad, but they're in trouble.
Is Bed Bath & Beyond on there?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the first ones we talked about. But anyway, so that's what's going on with retailers, because we had started that discussion. So, Hayes, so Mark and I were saying, what would we do if it was us? If we had a $10,000 data bill, or it's really, if you look at your bill and break it down, it does look like you got through to them, because it looks like the actual data, if we're reading this right, comes to about $8,000. Okay, we look like if I look at the data usage, because there's voice and messaging you're not charged for. Here's what you're charged for. You're charged for a late fee. You're charged for equipment fee. Okay, so the data itself, even though the bill was $8,700, that was for data from the last month and data this month, and each data bill was about $3,900. Certainly you noticed that, right? One was the actual data was $3,770, and then the following month it was $3,900 and something. So if you add that up, that's precisely where you're getting that credit. They are crediting you for this data. They're saying, okay, fine, here's the money back. That's what they're saying.
Well, but they told me, Tom, the trouble is they told me that February 2nd, but they have not applied that $8,010 credit to my account.
When they told it to you, did they put it, did they memorialize it in any way in writing, or any way that you can, an email or anything?
No, they just gave me that reference number, which I've referred to with them since then.
Okay,
numerous
so
times, and
the
they're
reference number that I have here, are you talking about, the reference 144, et cetera? And it's an $8,010 credit. Okay, so in other words, you keep getting a bill for the full amount.
Yes.
And it doesn't show the credit. So this credit was authorized when? Oh, you have a note here.
2nd.
February 2nd. And you're saying you've gotten a bill since then. You've gotten a bill for March, and you've gotten a bill for April so far, right?
Yes.
So the fair and easy question is this. The fair and easy question is this. The question is, where's my credit? There's no sense fighting about this anymore as far as them overcharging. Yep. They've agreed to credit you. So now the question is, where's the credit? Where's the beef? Where's the credit? So when you call and ask where the credit is, what do they say?
They refer to that reference number and tell me that it has not. They're still doing an investigation, and it has not been applied to my account yet.
So we sent it over to our angel. This will get worked out fairly quick.
Okay, we're gonna.
I mean, meanwhile, I'm talking to you on their phones. I mean, I'm 4 months past due, and they keep turning my phones off. I'll call them. I have to spend a little time referring them back to these reference numbers and account numbers, and then they turn my phones back.
Do you have all the money to pay them after the credit?
Yes, I'll pay for whatever I'm supposed to pay. I have no dispute about that whatsoever, and a fair amount for whatever the internet charge is.
Well, they're refunding all of it. Don't even mention that. They're refunding all of it. Now, Rick, you have a Verizon hotspot. Is that right? You have a separate little unit at your home.
You talking to me?
Yes, Rick.
Okay, yeah. They had a promotion, and it's a little white cube. It's about 6 inches tall, 4 inches in square. You plug it into the wall. If they advertise, now you got to have all your phone services with them. And so I have 5 phone lines. I have 2 tablets.
And it all goes through that cube. So your internet all goes through that cube. Does that cube, does it create a network for your house?
Yes, it does. It's a network for the house. I stream as much as I want on it. It's $25 a month.
Oh, it is not.
Good fight. Yes, it is. It's They were advertising it all day long. T-Mobile's got the same product.
What is it called? What is it called?
It's Verizon. It's 5G Internet Home Service from Verizon.
Verizon 5G Internet Home Service.
Internet Home Service, yes.
I can't. And you're paying only $35 a month?
$25 a month. It was on promotion. You have to have the Verizon credit card so that your bill gets automatically paid.
I'm staring at it, man. It's right on Verizon.com.
I'm looking at it too.
Get 5G home internet and save. Switch today. Starting at $25.
Now, what is that?
I have that service. I have all my phones. My bill is $300 a month. No questions asked. It covers. I was paying $85 or $90 a month with Cox because I live in Las Vegas, and I said, this is crazy. I'm going to give it a try. And you have to be in an area.
But it's not unlimited, is it? It's unlimited.
It's unlimited. It's unlimited. I stream. I watch you through it every day for 4 hours a day.
It says unleash the power of 5G ultra wideband. 35. It's pretty fast.
It's not as fast as, say, cable, but it's pretty darn fast for me. I don't have a bunch of people that are on streaming where there's 4 or 5 people, but for me and my wife, perfect.
My goodness, man.
$25 a month.
One of the things says, the question in the Q&A says, is there a data cap on Verizon 5G home? And remember, this is Verizon's site. Nope. No data cap. No overage fees.
How did this guy get screwed?
He sure did, man. Someone sold him
so
just
I thought
the
I'd
wrong
throw that
package.
at you there.
Hey, what's your handle on YouTube, man?
Rick W.
Got it.
Is he? Are you one that join? Do you join in the chat?
We'll have to get together. I do join in the chat.
Okay, cool. Now we'll know who. We'll put a voice with it. Thank you very much for calling. He's only paying $35 a month. I don't know how the hell Hayes got harangued into this one.
And then here's another one. What is a price guarantee? No one likes bill surprises. Unlike some of our competitors, Verizon 5G home monthly prices are not short-term promotional rates that start creeping up.
That's okay. It's incredible, right? Okay. Now, if you're looking for a new air conditioner or a new furnace and you want to get great deals, there's a guaranteed beat the price apples for apples from 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. That's his guarantee. Plus, for like a penny, they put in a whole house air purification system. 888heating.com, 303-770-2776.
Do bank closures, inflation rate hikes, and the roller coaster of the market frighten you as much as it does me? You need to call Oxford Gold. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold has made it as easy as 1, 2, 3. One app, one call, and you pick the precious metals. That's it. You now own real precious metals. Call Oxford Gold today and learn more about the 1, 2, 3 protection plan at 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
K&H Home Solutions has what I call true solutions because they get you out of the maintenance of a home, like the painting and all of that. They have great siding features, 30% off this month, and beautiful windows and doors, and it's all with one thing in mind: durability, beauty, and no maintenance. From a company that's one of the oldest continuous home improvement companies in all of Colorado, now on its third owner, and I know all three of them, and they're all great people. K&H Home Solutions, that's khwindows.com, 303-421-7100, 30% off your whole package if you call them this month, 303-421-7100. Now, talking about deals, you don't do better than EuroPlumbingColorado.net when it comes to water heaters. You got the best deals, period. Done. End of story. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. 303-668-6844. The people that you go to get the water heaters at 11. Listen to this one. $12.99 for a 40-gallon tank fully installed. That's brand new A.O. Smith or Rheem 6-year warranties, and also the guarantee of installation on that's warranted as well. And then you can get a 50-gallon at $13.99. It's a new water supply line, new gas lines, and flex line. And listen to this. If you want another kind of water heater, they guarantee to beat any price. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Take this number down. It's important. I don't know how long they can do this. 303-668-6844. 668-6844. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies are sponsors of this show, and I'm proud to have them because I use them. And I, honest to God, use them. I'm in touch with them all the time, and they help me. They help me do what it takes to get ready for retirement, to have the right investments, the right insurance, the right plan. All the elements they look at and help you quarterback. If you want to find out what they do, they'll meet with you. They'll explain it to you on creating income, on shoring your investments, on getting enough insurance, on knowing what elements you need and where you're short. Okay, 970-663-3211. As I said, they'll come to you, 970-663-3211. And they're not looking for just high net worth individuals. They'll work with anyone who wants to develop a plan. 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com.
I have a question for you, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay, the one area that I never studied was economics, which I should have. So, if there's a recession, how does it affect you and me? Or does it?
Well, with a recession, you have unemployment going up, and you have, the prices. How does it affect us? It infects your investment portfolio more than anything. Your house value goes down, so your equity's affected. that's about it, really. It's going to affect your equities, not your cash flow as much as, although it can affect cash flow, because here's why. With me, they may not advertise as much because things are down a bit.
Right.
Okay, I got to use the restroom. I just wanted to wait.
Okay.
But mostly with investments, mostly with returns on investments and also equity, like
Right.
the growth of stuff really is affected. Mark might have some thoughts on that.
No, but what I was saying, the one area that I never really studied was economics.
Yeah.
So I asked Tom, for you and me and Tom, how is the recession going to affect us? I mean, it's not going to affect me because my income is guaranteed. I don't care about I'm not going to sell my house.
It won't affect you.
So other than maybe
some of the inflation, but that's going to be not much.
Yeah, other than my investments, which I really don't care about on short term.
It's not going to affect you.
Is it going to affect you?
No. It might affect me in a good way. Secondary houses we're looking at are coming down in price.
Are you still looking in the Louisiana area?
Yep, we had we had my favorite house we looked at. Favorite. And offered $35,000 more than asking. And they did a good job creating a little bidding war. It was gorgeous, man.
Really?
Had a freaking elevator.
Wow. Is that the one with the big porch?
You've never seen it.
Oh, okay. This wasn't the one.
It's on stilts.
Oh, well, they're all on stilts.
Yeah, and it's pretty close to a new build. It's like, I think 6 years old. And it was just built, the thing's built like a tank.
Okay. So it wasn't the one you initially liked?
No, this will be the third one we've had a bona fide offer in.
And it wasn't good enough?
Nope, and this one was sight unseen.
Wow.
Yeah, kind of irritated the shit out of me. I thought we were going to get it coming in at 30 over, but it is what it is.
Mark, is he trying to signal you?
All right, 303-713-8255. Listen, you've been ripped off or taken advantage of, and I want to clarify what we're saying, what this show's about if you're new to it. If you've got a contractor that took money and ran or didn't finish the job or charged you more than they were supposed to, maybe a roofer, a doctor, a lawyer, you pretty much name it, that is what we do here day in and day out. And I have to say something. Over $400, well, I'm going to say $300 million in cash merchandise, refunds, services directly due to this show. If you got a problem, you call us. 303-MARTINO. That number works on and off the air. 303-MARTINO. We're always there, always checking messages, or it comes directly to us during the show. 303-MARTINO. The local number is 303-713-TALK. Now, let's do this. Let's jump over to a problem with solar panels. Nicole, what's going on?
Hi there.
Hey, Nicole.
I wrote to you guys to see if maybe I could get some help. I had solar panels put on my house to help offset my electric bill, which is kind of high.
When did you have them put on?
December of 2021.
Oh, wow. So we're going back 2 years. So what's going on now? Or not 2 years, but we're going back almost a year and a half.
Yeah, so I was told that it was supposed to be net metering, which basically means that whatever they produce kind of goes into a bank and it helps offset our electric bill.
Yep.
And the gal who helped me said that she made a huge error. She put too many solar panels on my roof.
Now, wait a minute. You're saying that, so right now on your roof, they over-engineered it and you have too many, or did they promise that and not do it, or what? Is that how many's on your roof right now? Too many?
Yes. So they put 50 solar panels on my roof, and so my inverter is too large. My inverter is an 11.4. So with Excel, when your inverter is past the 10, then you're no longer net metered.
Oh, my God.
So 0.04. per kilowatt that you produce to them. So basically, I've been getting a full electric bill, plus or minus $20,
because your
$30
lease on the system is higher, your payments, right?
Right. So I pay currently today, I pay like $298 a month for my solar panels, plus my electric bills usually run about $200.
Oh my God!
So I pay almost $500 a month in electricity.
So you actually bought. Listen to this, Tom. She bought solar, and her costs went up.
Why?
Here's why.
Yeah.
I know it sounds crazy as hell. They oversold. They sold her too many panels on the roof, and an inverter that is over what Excel will take for net metering. So she ultimately now pays a couple $100 still for electricity, and because she can't be part of net metering, because the inverter, she has a $299 payment to the solar company.
Oh my goodness. Holy.
So what do they say when you said the woman you talked to said we sold you too many? So what's the fix?
So she sent me an email saying she made a mistake, that she, would have never approved that many solar panels had she had known that Excel had apparently changed how they did things. She has gone to her bosses, and they're just kind of giving her the runaround. I've emailed the CEO. He said that he'll get back to me.
What is this company? Who is this?
It's Freedom Forever.
Okay,
Solar.
let me ask you something, Tom. Have you ever heard, with the exception of a long time ago, and with the exception of the Tesla guy stuff, anytime we ask what solar company, it's never the same.
Never.
There's 800 billion solar companies.
And one is just as unreliable as the next. There are very few reliable companies because there is, I don't know.
They collect tax credits and go out of business
That's
and
right,
make money.
that's right.
What is it called? Freedom what?
Freedom Forever.
Freedom Forever. Freedom Forever to give you more of an electric bill. That's amazing.
So we have to explore this issue as to why it's happening.
Why can't they just take down a couple of the panels?
And switch out your inverter. That's the fix, right?
So hold on. So there's too many solar panels and it's overpowering the inverter?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's creating more electricity that it can turn into...
No, it's creating more electricity than what Excel allows for net meter pricing. Is that correct?
Right. So Excel put a cap on net meter pricing.
You mean on pricing or on how much they will buy from you?
Net metering.
So they put a cap on net metering, and then
that means they put a price on the amount of kilowatts they will purchase.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you produced, in other words, they're not just going to keep buying kilowatts from you. There's a limit.
Well, no. So once your system is bigger than the 10 kilowatt inverter, then they pay you per kilowatt that you produce over what you use, but it's only like 0.04.
It doesn't offset. It's not credit for credit.
No.
They're giving her way less than if she was under the 10 on the inverter.
Yes. And I just want them, at this point, it's been a long...
So, hold on.
I'm not getting it.
If he's not getting it, there's a bunch of people not getting it. So net metering, credit for credit, kilowatt for kilowatt. They're not doing that for her anymore.
Right, but they usually
they're selling it. They're selling her one at $5. I'm making numbers up.
Who's selling it?
And Excel.
Yeah.
They're selling one at $5, but now instead of offsetting that one by $5, they're buying that one for $1.
I understand that, but let's take net metering out of it. She should be producing enough electricity to just not buy from Excel at all.
Well, I think you have to be on a grid somewhere.
Yeah, but you don't have to buy kilowatts. You can be on a minimum charge of $5 or $10 or whatever. What I'm asking is, if you have an abundance of panels and you have an inverter that's topped out, you should not be having to buy any electricity at all, theoretically, right?
Well, theoretically, but it doesn't work that way, because what happens is, say, I use what the solar panels have, soaked up. Whatever's excess is bought from me.
So you don't produce enough to meet your 100% needs.
No, not
and
like
you
they
have
said.
to. Okay, so you have to buy a certain amount of kilowatts from Excel. Big deal. You're still saving money on your electric, right? Forget
No.
the net meter. Well, why wouldn't you? If you're buying less, how much are you paying this solar company, for God's sakes? That's the idea. Or you might be paying them too much.
$300 a month.
But why are you paying them $300 a month? Is it for the system? Are you leasing the system?
No, so we bought the system. So we have a loan.
Then what are you paying them for?
The loan.
Wait, if you bought the system, did you finance it?
Yes, yes, it's a loan.
Okay, so that loan, that $399, is paying off your system.
So $289 a month is paying off the system. Yes, and that was the only bill.
And
I
what's
was
the rest of the
supposed to
money
have.
going to? What's this $289, and what's the other $100 for?
So the other actually $200+ is my electric bill, which I wasn't supposed to have. Because what happens is when they buy energy from me, they buy it at, let's just say, $5.
I get the idea of net metering. You never sell for the same price you buy.
The bottom line is this: how much was your electric bill before solar?
But it just doesn't make sense. We got to take this break. See, what's not making sense is if you have a producing solar system, okay, and it's going to offset an electric bill no matter what, okay. What I don't understand is this money that she is paying in financing. She can't count that she bought the system, okay? She
Generally, the whole
overpaid.
sales pitch, though, is that fee each month, whether a lease or a loan, that fee wipes out the electric bill. That's why people do it, because they save money.
Well, yeah, and we would need to see an analysis of this and as to why it's not working out. But it's confusing as hell the way she's describing it, Mark, because she just told you part of that money is her electric bill.
Here's the part not confusing. She is spending more now a month than she did before having solar.
Now, is that true, Nicole? Your pure electric bill was less than you're paying now. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What was your pure electric bill before?
It was the same. The biggest credit we've gotten.
Okay, but hold on, Nicole, hold on. If your pure electric bill was the same, now you're paying your electric bill, plus you're paying off a solar system. You're not really comparing apples with apples, and I'm not sticking up for the company. She is still gaining equity in a solar system.
But a solar system that didn't save her a nickel.
Mark, listen. Do you understand?
Her electric bill, she is saying, whether it's true or not, I don't know. She is saying her electric bill with the solar system now is the same.
Yes, right.
That's right.
But Mark,
she bought a useless system.
She is not saying that. You didn't. Here's what she's saying: that her electric bill before was a certain amount of money, and now she's paying that same amount of money, but included in that payment is paying off the solar system.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying then?
So I'm paying my loan on my solar panels, which is $289 a month. Plus, I'm still paying my electric bill, which on average is $200 and something a month. The biggest credit I've gotten on my electric bill from the solar panels is like $50 off.
So you're saying you're paying now, in addition to the normal electric bill you've always paid, you're still paying that electric bill.
Yes.
Yes.
Plus extra money for a solar system. You know what? I have to see your configuration because this makes no sense. It sounds to me, Mark, like if it doesn't make sense, it's a complete ripoff.
She's got no... I think it's like she's not even on the grid or something.
No, there's something totally wrong with that fucking picture.
Why can't you...
Let's put a solar system on your house, and your electric bill be the same.
Right. Why can't they just take some panels off?
She's saying it's the same. Her electric bill is essentially the same. Right.
So there's 3 charges. Her loan, her electric bill.
Tell her I have a solution. I want to talk to her about it. Sheridan Auto Tech can do electrical problems. You know, there are a few shops you can go to with an electrical problem. Most of the time, you just pay for their hunting and pecking, and the part turns out to be a few bucks. With Sheridan, they have the specialized equipment to find electrical problems. But here's another thing they do. They can do your preventive service and maintenance during your warranty period. You don't have to go to a dealer. That's the God's honest truth. And you still keep your warranty alive. You got to find out more. Save tons of money. No reason to go to a dealer at all. SheridanAutotech.com. They can do all of the major services as long as they keep track of it for you. 303-455-7242. That's 303-455-7242. Now let's talk about Made in the Shade. Made in the Shade. You know, that's an expression that, you know, to sound like, hey, I got it made in the shade, like on Easy Street, things are going well. And really, that's the way it is when you deal with Made in the Shade for window coverings, because all you do is sit back and let them do it. First, they come and they measure and they estimate free. Then they help you pick the right stuff with a designer. And then after that, their in-house people install it, and you get all the warranties from the manufacturer, plus you get installation warranties. Made in the Shade, 720-458-6566, 720-458-6566. Mark?
Yeah.
This is fucking crazy, but I got an idea.
I think because something about the solar or no? I think her inverter is over what they do, and literally they're giving her nothing. Like literally nothing. Although she said she did get one $50 credit in the last, since 2021.
So explain to me why.
But the net metering has nothing to, I don't want to confuse it. Net metering has a lot to do with, but net metering is never going to pay you. But it doesn't have to.
She's saying
because before you even get to net metering, you have to wipe out 100% of your fucking bill.
She's saying if she had net metering, she wouldn't have a payment.
She's full of shit because to get Mark.
Why would they buy a solar panel then?
Mark,
why?
Because net metering means just that. You have to produce more than you're fucking using. So there would be no electric bill. To get to net metering, she would have to have a system that's working, and right now she doesn't.
Because of whatever kind of inverter she has is over what it's supposed to be. I think they're charging
under what it's supposed to be.
Over. It's 11.5 compared to a 10. Whatever that means for
kilowatts,
the inverter.
Right.
Kilowatts.
So what does that mean?
Because it's over, I don't know if Excel's looking at it, for example, as commercial or something, but it doesn't fall in line with their product. So therefore, I think they're charging her for the electricity.
Get my guy on. He's on. He just called in. I got to get him on. He's a solar expert. Mark. She should be with. I told him to call Martino. Ask her if is she on with him? Okay, good.
Must be. Who is it?
Mark Kunkel. Yeah, he used to work here. He has a great solar car. He went out and fixed two consumers for us.
We talked about him.
Mark, he went out and fixed two consumers' issues already.
Yep.
Two of them.
Yep.
They want to do a point of, we got to talk about it.
Yeah, as long as they have something. We talked about it before. We just didn't bring it anywhere.
I know. I want to meet with him.
Yeah.
I'll set that meeting.
Yeah. I think what's happening is because it's over what it's supposed to be, they're charging her for electricity, and then they're giving her pennies on the dollar for what she's producing.
But, Mark, they are not giving her a fucking dime for what she's producing.
If she got a $50 credit, she had to.
Then she's not making sense, because to get a credit, that would mean she'd have to produce 100% of her electricity.
Apparently, it doesn't work that way if it's over 10.
Yes, it does. Well, we're going to find out.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question? Why can't you just remove some panels?
It's the inverter, and the one woman at the company admitted to this big mistake and said, I'm going to go to the owners and get them to change the inverter and remove some panels.
Okay.
Okay.
And then they started ghosting her.
All right. So they did suggest...
Why remove panels? Well, how would that help?
Well, I guess you wouldn't have to do that. You would just have to get a little lower inverter. How much are the inverters? Is that a big dollar item?
Yeah, it's a major.
And then if this...
What? Yes. Inverters are matched to the panels.
Right, and she has too many panels.
If you put an inverter bigger than what you're producing, you're still going to produce what you're producing. It's not going to throttle you. The only time it gets worse if you have more panels and less of an inverter. Then you would have a big problem because you would waste what the panels are doing. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino. Listen, I want to simplify this, okay? When you get a solar system, you have panels and you have an inverter. The panels have to be matched to the inverter. If you're producing more with the panels than your inverter can handle, it'll throttle your system down. You're not going to get credit for the extra panels. If you have lesser panels than the inverter can handle, you're still going to produce 100% of whatever those panels are producing. That is just physics, okay? That's just the way it is. In her case, what's not making sense is she is claiming she is paying 100% of her electric bill as she was before. In other words, the new system that she has on her house is producing no electricity because her electric bill is essentially the same. Is that what you're saying, Nicole?
Yes.
Okay. If that's the case, net metering doesn't even come into it. It has nothing to do with net metering because I'm going to explain something very carefully. In order to get net metering, you have to meet 100% of your needs. That's the only way you can produce surplus in order to sell back. If your system is not producing 100% of your needs at the time, there's no extra electricity to sell. So that's the only time there is a net metering issue. So net metering is not your problem. Your problem right now is very simple. Your system is not producing, period. It's just not producing. Have you called the company that you had come out there and install it? Have they been out there to service it?
Yes, and my system is producing.
It's not, okay, it can't be producing, okay, it's producing, but how, then you've increased your electrical or something. Because if you're paying essentially the same electric bill you did before, how is your solar system producing? Have you added drain to your system? Are you using more electricity?
No, so instead of them paying me credit for credit, like now.
No, I'm not. No, we're not getting it. Nicole, it doesn't matter what the net metering cost is. People get confused. You are not producing 100% of your own need, so they will never buy from you. It doesn't matter. She keeps saying they're paying less for the energy she's producing than the energy she's buying. That doesn't come into play until you produce 100% of your power. That is what net metering means, that you're producing more than you're using.
And she's not on net metering.
It wouldn't matter if she is, because her system is not producing enough. And how do I know that? Because her electric bill is essentially the same. That you can't fool physics. She's confused because they're lying to her. When she called to complain, they told her it was the electric company's problem. They said, well, Nicole, you see, look here, don't look here, smoke and mirrors. They told her, Nicole, your system is producing fine, but the electrical company is not paying you enough. That's why you have such a high bill. They're lying to her. I just want to get right through the mess. Mark is with ProBid Energy. And Mark, you're the one I trust. Now, people might say, well, I didn't find them on your referral list, or I don't hear him advertised. We are friends. I've known him. They've helped 2 consumers already with problems. And Mark, if what I'm saying about net metering correct in essence?
In essence, yep, for sure.
Okay, so her system, if she's paying the same electrical bill, it would have nothing to do with net metering.
No, it's either the system is not producing enough energy to cover her electric use. Who's her provider?
I don't know if she's on Excel or not.
It's Excel, and she's got a inverter that's over 10. The company apparently told her, because your inverter's over 10,
it's 11.5 kilowatts.
It's 11.5 kilowatts.
As opposed to 10. I don't know what
and
that would...
Excel is saying she's not supposed to have that.
But I don't think that matters. I mean, either she's going to produce electricity or not.
Yeah.
So we need to... Here's what I want. I'm going to ask you a favor again, and we'll put this on the air.
Yeah.
I want to know where Nicole is. And Nicole, what part of town are you in?
Elizabeth.
Oh, crap. Mark, I'm sorry. Do you guys have anybody out in Elizabeth ever?
We'll help her.
If you do, I want to get you guys back on the air, and I want you to analyze what's going on with her system, because it's very confusing. I know that she thinks that because the electric company won't pay. And by the way, Elizabeth isn't Excel, is it?
No, it's Core Electric.
Yeah, and the reason, and here's the deal, Nicole, it doesn't matter what they pay for the power they buy from you at this point, because they're not buying anything. You're not producing more than you're using.
Wouldn't her electric bill show the production?
It would show a lot, but
no.
Well, it won't. It won't show the production.
Bill doesn't show what your solar system produces.
Oh, okay.
Because
what does?
Any excess is sent back to the grid, but what you're using is what's called behind the meter. That's none of their business.
All right, so Mark, what I'm asking is this: would you guys be able to analyze what's going on?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
See, that's what I like about these guys. They actually know they can service people and install new systems. That's what I like. So, and that's ProBid Energy, 303-995-0978. The only people I know right now that are halfway decent, I swear to God. ProBid Energy. Anyway, we got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show.
A standard drive-through.
You know what? Here's the deal. That woman was lied to. That's why she keeps saying, well,
yes.
You see, they're only paying me this, and I have to buy it for this. She thinks she's in a net metering situation.
I don't know how 50 solar panels couldn't generate electricity.
Well,
Unless she's in the trees.
Then why is she paying an electric bill?
I have no idea. She shouldn't be paying one.
That's a good idea. Can she send us a few electric bills from last year and some from this year? I wonder if she'd do that.
We have them too, Core.
O'Brien Legal Services is a law firm that does real estate law, and they can help you. If you're going to a closing, you need someone to review documents for a few $100 compared to the hundreds of thousands you're spending. Plus, they can help you if you're owner financing something you're selling, or maybe you're buying something where the seller's financing. They can go through complicated leases, residential or commercial, whatever you need having to do with real estate, including border disputes, eminent domain, easements. 720-370-7388. 720-370-7388. OLSlaw.com. When it comes to investing, Become the Banker is one that I can say with full confidence because they have a number of products, written guarantees, and written statements never to lose a dime with companies that have been around more than 100 years. They also have guaranteed income for life. You need to check them out at becomethebanker.org, 303-779-6600. That's 303-779-6600, becomethebanker.org. And one other thing, if you're looking to get stem cell therapy, I had mine. I'm going to give you blow by blow. It's a great experience so far, and I'll see what it's going to do for strengthening my lower back. If you want to talk to a stem cell doctor at the same clinic I did, I went through the same procedure, you can call denverregen.com, 833-STEM-GEN. We've had a lot of shootings lately, man. Why the fuck would you shoot two teenager cheerleaders coming up to your car?
Hey, John, do you have a security system in your house?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you recommend?
Oh, Security Central. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah?
They're on our referral list. They're good people.
Okay. What do you think about, like, Simply Safe, the ones you do yourself? Any feedback on them?
I don't know about them.
Okay.
I don't really. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. I hope I can get Beatrice in, and then I know Jim's there, but Jim, we'll get you right back tomorrow if we need to. Beatrice, what's going on with you?
Okay, well, first of all, you helped me out previous times. This time, it's regarding my mortgage. I've had fraud on my mortgage before. You helped me out with that, and I've taken care of that. But I made a payment on my mortgage last month, and the guy gave me a confirmation number stating that, my payment was made and everything, and he never processed it. They reported me to the credit bureau, and now it's going to take
Wait a minute.
Like 9
Well, we can show you made it. Was it by check or by transfer? How was it done?
It was made by phone with the check.
By phone. Can you show it coming out of your account?
Yes.
All right, hold on.
No. Actually, no. It never came out of my account because he never processed it.
Okay, hold on. But we can explain that. Hold on. Kachina, let's get her on tomorrow, too, along with Jim. Let's help them out, especially Beatrice if she's looking at threats from her mortgage company. I'm Tom Martino. We don't take threats lightly. We'll help you. Remember, save all your problems for me. It always happens where I get busy toward the end. I'm not even sure why that's
But this should be a slam dunk. I mean, if she made the payment, there has to be a paper trail. Don't you agree?
Right.
Whether it's the bank or somebody, just because somebody didn't process it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to have the guest at home. It's somebody I don't know that well.
Who's the guest? Brad?
Yeah, Brad O'Brien. He's a nice guy, but he can come into the station. Besides, I got a lot of work was done there. Better check it all out. Okay, Mark and I have to run like a motherfucker.
597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
Matt always knew he wanted to be a doctor. That's why he makes the most of every day. To study before breakfast, to work hard, to do whatever was necessary to achieve his goal. He found an answer in the military. If you have a passion, a vision for your future in any field, todaysmilitary.com can be your path to a fulfilling career. You have a calling, we have an answer. Find your way at todaysmilitary.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere. Listen on the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Morgan Norwood. The Supreme Court has temporarily extended access to the abortion drug mifepristone. It's essentially an extension of the status quo for 2 days till Friday, April 21st. ABC's Ann Flirty has more.
Everyone was hoping that the Supreme Court would weigh in here. Now, I don't think we can take anything from this other than they just need more time to read these briefs. But certainly the nation on edge as we wait for this.
The FDA-approved drug has been in use for more than 2 decades. President Biden is in Maryland, where he'll deliver a speech on the economy after visiting with union workers. Days after the Justice Department unsealed indictments related to the Chinese government targeting or spying on Chinese dissidents here in the U.S., FBI officials are sounding the alarm on what they call an inflection point and authoritarian regimes trying to engage in similar acts here and in other countries. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed in late-day trading. This is ABC News. An arrest in Ventura County, California, after a man drove into a group of high school students.
A 15-year-old boy was killed and others hurt when a car slammed into a group outside of Westlake High School in Thousand Oaks. The driver, investigators say, was 24-year-old Austin Ice, who was on a crime spree and had stabbed a Walmart employee beforehand, and now they think he intentionally hit the students. Eric Berg is a sophomore.
I hear people screaming and running, and then I turn around and I just see this big white car just barreling towards me, and there's debris flying everywhere.
Ice was arrested at the crash site and is now facing multiple charges, including murder. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
A new study finds COVID-19 may increase the risk of diabetes. Researchers in Canada say people infected with coronavirus were significantly more likely to be diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And for people hospitalized with COVID, the study shows they're more than twice as likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. Morgan Norwood, ABC News.
In business, everything your employees do impacts your brand, including what they wear. Cintas has high-performance workplace apparel for almost every job imaginable. From work shirts and pants, to polos and khakis, to Oxfords or T-shirts, these clothes move, breathe, and look great. Your team gets the styles they like, you convey the image you want. And Cintas service includes weekly laundry and delivery. To learn more, visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep, switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
KHOW News Time, 2:03.
Denver writes another big check for police actions during 2020 protests. In July of 2020, Michael Jacobs was arrested at a protest of an encampment sweep near the Capitol. Jacobs says he was taken to the ground with no warning by a group of officers, punched and violated with a baton. Charges against him were dropped. Jacobs' attorney says the claims made by police did not match the video.
I think that's what drove the settlement. Is that they knew they would have to explain this to a jury of Denver residents, and it just isn't justifiable.
The city council approved a $350,000 settlement this week. Denver has paid more than $4 million in settlements related to 2020 protests. Experts who specialize in blood stains telling jurors in the Letitia Stout trial about evidence found in her stepson's bedroom. The experts who testified yesterday said the blood found in the 11-year-old's room suggests he was violently attacked. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Commuters can expect a typical drive throughout the Denver Metro for the 2 o'clock hour into downtown. I-25 northbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Colfax. Just west of there, 6th Avenue eastbound, regular congestion on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Speaking of I-25 southbound, slow traffic remains between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Up on the northeast end of Commerce City, I-270 westbound slow at Vasquez. Further east to DIA, I-70 eastbound looking at slower speeds between Peoria and Pena Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather clouds rolling in with scattered showers this